Members, the House will come to order. We are on third reading, final passage of bills with amendments. We are working on House Bill number 52. Second reading amendment. This will be brought by Representative Brady. So, Representative, you are ready. I believe we have far more than a quorum. We can go ahead and proceed. Representative, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 52. Okay, this bill has already passed twice in the first and second reading. This amendment simply defines the procedure on how to hand count from precinct level post-election, period. Folks, if we're going to do hand counts, and we are legislators who create rules, we need to at least define how those hand counts are going to be handled and processed. This is our election process if we're going to audit the election. We need to make sure that the audit is uniform, follows rules, and has procedures in place. That's what this amendment does. It has everything in the existing bill. This simply defines the process of hand count. Because the office that deals with elections does promulgate rules over the elections, this amendment adds in rules how the audits should be processed so we have uniform application across the state. I appreciate your attention to this matter by voting in support of amendment number 2.
Thank you, Representative. Any members for their first time? First time, Representative Riggins, I think, is yes, sir. Please, Representative Riggins, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the bringer of the bill. I was watching your crossouts and stuff on the text. So does this amendment disallow using tabulators in the recount, or is this just an amendment to handle pen and paper ballot recounts when you choose to do that as a extra step?
Thank you, Representative. Representative Haraldson, for your first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So to the bringer as well, I too just want to ask the question, the concern that I have is that we're putting limitations in the system that could be detrimental to the system. And so, as we've looked at this language that you have, have you worked at all with the viability of this being usable going forward? I guess that's my concern, because I think the struggle that I have is coming into this year. From what I gathered, this eliminates a lot of the language that's currently there, the dates that are currently there, and makes it effective for this up and coming election. So those are concerns that I have, because I still go back to the concept. Last year, we should have ran this conversation so that we could get the vehicle in motion. At this point, if you're not careful, the vehicle we're already too far into this election cycle without having the amount of people trained to do this, the amount of those types of things. And so bringing it across the board, across the state to be uniform, I don't disagree with, but I do also want it to be a situation where we have that mechanism in play, that we have uniformity and also have the time to make that uniformity work. And so those are my concerns with this, is I think that it once again gets us almost too much accelerated in the process. So maybe if you could speak a little bit to that, that's my concern on this.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Larson, Lloyd, for your first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the presenter of this amendment, I too have concern in that we're trying to conform statewide how this should be done in a pretty significant amendment in the bill. And my question would be, because the clerks are the ones that have to implement this, what input did they have in your amendment? And do they agree that this approach is an appropriate one? So if you could help us with that, because it does appear to be a lot as an amendment in this one bill and gives me some real pause.
Thank you, Representative. Any other members for the first time on the amendment? Representative Campbell, please.
Thank
Please.
you, Mr. Speaker. Couple of questions on the amendment. First, to echo some of the concerns. This also seems to go beyond the scope of what was intended in the bill in terms of that backup audit process and, random hand counts. Primarily on page 3, line 34. Now we're addressing chain of custody issues, transportation, and storage. And one of the statutes mentioned, maybe on that page, 226203, for me, seems to read that all election ballots will be hand counted, which concerns me. So if those 2 or 3 concerns could be addressed, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. Any others for their first time on the amendment? Representative Brown, Landon, first time.
First for a second, please.
First for a second, Representative. Any others? Representative Geringer,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First for a second.
first for a second. Thank you, Representative. Any others? Man, it's so quiet in here. It's amazing. Any other representatives would like to speak to this amendment? Representative Locke, sir, please.
Mr. Speaker, first for a second.
First for a second, Representative. Okay, anyone else? Seeing none running to the mics, I will ask for second round. Representative Larson, Laura, your first time, second go around, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And also over the interim, and over the last few years, one of the concerns that I hear from my clerk is the idea that the voting would have to be completed on the same day as the election. And on page 4, as I read under Roman 5 in capital C, it talks in-person voting on the day of the election. Does that mean that it needs to be completed before midnight? Or are they able, because that's real problematic in my county, to get that done with the geographic area and getting all of those in?
Thank you, Representative. Representative Brown, Landon, for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a question and more of a hesitation on just the specifics of what we call out. I like the idea of probably the first, 8 pages of the amendment. I do struggle with bringing in a 12-page amendment on third reading as we're getting ready to pass the bill out of the body. Those always give me a little bit of a little bit of fear. But the call out of a particular organization and putting that in statute, we talked about this in the last amendment, and we're going to talk about it here. Very, very, very highly frowned upon for us to specifically call out individual organizations specifically. I can think of a few small places that we've done that, but normally speaking, when it's something like this, especially a 501c3, a nonprofit organization, those things close on a pretty regular basis. And so kind of the understanding of if that place is no longer in functioning, they're not in business any longer and they are no longer there, yet we have them in statute. How is our number 2 executive downstairs who's in charge of elections supposed to write rules based off of an organization that is no longer there?
Thank you, Representative. Any other members for your second time? We have Campbell, Riggins, Harrelson, Geringer, and Locke. May speak to the second go round. See Representative Harrelson? No? Okay, waving us off. That it? All done? Back to the bringer. Representative Brady, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, lots of debate. That's good. So We did increase, the hand count requirement was already in the bill at 5%. It simply increases it to 10. But it's just the length of trying, in 2 years, we're going to bypass 2026. This is at the precinct level. So there is no issue with chain of custody. That is done in-house once the election is over, polls closed, doors locked. About the organization in statute, we need uniformity. This amendment determines uniformity. And right now, Wyoming statute has detailed rules for how voting machines should work, but it has 0 rules for how a hand count should work. This amendment fills that gap. This amendment ensures that if we are going to do a hand count, we do it the same way in all 23 counties. It creates a single uniform standard for ballot security, bipartisan counting teams, and public observation. This does nothing more than add the necessary rules to the process. It ensures that the new hand count audit in this bill is accurate, transparent, and trustworthy. So, and I think I addressed everybody's concerns. And again, it tells us to do a hand count, but it doesn't tell us how. And this can be done on a precinct level and have the results in and still capture 2026. It's imperative. Let's make Wyoming #1 again.
Members, you are voting on third reading amendment number 2 to House Bill number 52. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment has not been adopted. Next amendment for our consideration, House Bill number 52, third reading amendment number 3, Representative Harrelson. Please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I move third reading amendment number 3 to House Bill 52. Ask for your favorable consideration. One of the concerns that I have as we look at this moving forward is there's going to be a lot of work to train and equip our clerks, staff, and citizens to make this reality. We've done a pretty good suite of bills in the last couple of years regarding election integrity, and that's awesome. But at the same time, there has to be a training mechanism to bring that up to speed. And so what I'm bringing to you is simply an appropriation of $300,000 to be used for the training of staff, the county clerk's staff, as well as the citizens that would volunteer for those hand counting crews. And so this is just a mechanism. I don't want to ask them to do something that we're not willing to help them make reality financially. And so with that, I'd ask for a favorable consideration.
Thank you, Representative. Any members for their first time on the amendment? Number 3, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just one question. What was the methodology that you come up with the $300,000? How was that calculated is my question, because every county is different.
Representative Gehring, no. Any other representatives? First time? Second time? Back to the bringer. Representative Harrelson, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So how did we come to that $300,000 mark? So we'll back up, and there was $100,000 that was allotted for training purposes in the last biennium. And we blew through that pretty quick. So I'll back this up. This, and since it's in the amendment, I can say these funds go to the Secretary of State, where then they are divvied into county by county, each one. And with talking to the clerks, asking what would it even take to even come close to scratching the surface of this, they gave me that number. And so that's how I move forward with that conversation. So is there a a silver bullet to that, maybe not, but this is roughly what it would look like as they are bringing up to speed new clerks in this conversation. Because one of the things you also have to understand is there's a lot of clerks that are going to go up for reelection or new elections, and they're coming into a system. They're going to have to learn these new clerks at an accelerated pace. And so this is an opportunity to just continue that training, making sure that our elections are uniform and fair as we do that. So that's how that number was brought about.
Thank you, Representatives. Members, you're voting on third reading amendment number 4 to House Bill 52. I'm sorry, I've jumped ahead. I'm jumped to Reagan's. Okay, now back on number 3. Third reading amendment number 3 to House Bill 52. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Division.
Point of clarification,
Yes.
Mr. Speaker. This has a $300,000 appropriation on it. Do we need to have a roll call vote?
We do. Yes, sir. Yep. Chief Clerk will get that queued up here. So we won't worry about that division. We'll take care of it in a roll call. We'll just fix it that way. We'll give her a few moments here to get things ready. We're ready. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clauston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Fornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman,
Representative Ottman?
Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Brown, Gary, aye to no. Further changes? Knapp, aye. Aye to no. Further changes? Further changes? Bratton, aye to no. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 39 aye, 19 no, 4 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen to adopt third reading amendment number 3 to House Bill 52. Next amendment for our consideration to House Bill number 52, third reading amendment number 4. Representative Riggins, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 4 and ask for your favorable consideration. I thought we'd begin if we're going to do these hand counting, we might want to go ahead and make sure that we're all counting the same thing. So I bring before you a ballot or amendment to require paper and pen ballots in each county and each election in which people are voting in person. This allows, of course, for the electronic requirements and exemptions common to ADA and any other accommodations that are needed for the any ballot measure. And I went further to the next point. I did not implement this until January of 2028, so it doesn't interfere with this particular election. So I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Representative. Any members for their first time? Representative Yen for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, thanks. So members, this is another one of our bills that died on introduction, being put in as an amendment. I'm curious because the only county that it would actually affect is the one that we're in right now. So I am curious on why the representative is bringing it.
Thank you, Representative. Any other members? First time on the amendment. Amendment number 4. Representative Haroldson, your first time. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So as the last member just mentioned, the only county that specifically only uses the machines is this county. There are other counties that have them available for use if they wish to use them. I do know that that is a concern on the hand count conversation because there's a barcode and they'd have to do a completely different printout. So I know there's conversation on that. So I think it is a different conversation, but I definitely do believe that it does go hand in hand in this conversation and would ask, let's have some dialogue on it.
Thank you, Representative. Any other members for their first time? Representative Davis for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the good bringer, I guess my question is, we're constantly be handicapped. What do we do to apply with the American Disabilities Act? It would be my question, because sometimes that is an issue. Is there a special carve out or?
Thank you, Representative. Representative Brown, Landon, your first
Thank
time.
you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate that. Just to the bringer of the amendment, my biggest question is, was there conversation with my county clerk in particular, since it's the only one that's going to have this conversation? What did that conversation look like? Was she in favor? Was she worried about the implementation of this? What are they going to do with the hundreds of thousands of dollars of machines that they've already invested in? Those types of things. Just kind of curious if there was that conversation, what it looked like. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Lawley, your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against this amendment, again, we have an attempt to change the original work of the Joint Corporations Committee on this bill, and it's adding some things that weren't vetted to that group, or at least were rejected with the bill we have. And so I just don't think that's a good way to approach it. As you can tell from some of the questions about, what did the clerk say? What did a particular county's clerk say? And that shows that it just wasn't properly vetted, this idea, or at least or perhaps rejected by the committee. And so I just caution you about changing significantly a bill that was worked on during the interim by the Joint Corporations Committee.
Representative Bear for your first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First for a second, please.
First for a second, Representative. Any others for their first time? Representative Locke.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, first for a second.
Thank you, Representative. First for a second. Any others? First time. I'd like to speak on the amendment. Seeing no one, second time on the amendment. Seeing no one, well, Representative Riggins, bring us home, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So let me address the question about ADA compliance. That did not change the electronic component that's already in place for that. And so nothing will change on that. They still can use electronic voting and whatever provisions are currently allowed. As for the county clerk question, that's one of the reasons I put this out 3 years out, essentially. And that's why I didn't want to mess with this, because I have not talked to your county clerk. So this gives us time. If there's you may have to address some appropriation in a supplemental or something to address that, and it's probably be warranted. The other question, county clerk compliance. Why only this county? And I think it's the only county that's using purely electronic voting procedures. And it's simply to have consistency and continuity, and most importantly, confidence that all of these counties are acting in the same manner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Body, you are voting on third reading amendment number 4 to House Bill 52. Let's see. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment has not been adopted. Division being called. All those in favor, please stand. Okay, you may be seated. All those opposed, please stand. Because we are missing several members, we need to do this. All right, you may be seated. The membership has not been adopted. 20-33. Okay, next amendment for our consideration. Well, let's see, that completes our amendments on 52. So with that in mind, House Bill number 52 having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall the bill pass? The Assistant Chief Clerk will please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Feiler, Bornstrom, Geringer, Gugemas, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Mock, Lucas excused, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washit, Wasserberger excused, Webb, Weber excused, Wharf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Connolly, no to aye. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 49 aye, 9 no, 4 excused.
House Bill 52 having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the House, House Bill 52 has passed the House. Next bill for consideration. Oh, yes, privilege. Representative Bratton, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you look up in the balcony, I'd like to introduce Leadership Sheridan County. This group is comprised of individuals who welcome the opportunity to extend their involvement in the community affairs and are willing to assume leadership positions in their community. So we may be seeing some of them down here on the floor someday. Thank you.
Thank you for being here and welcome to the House. Appreciate you taking time out of your schedules to come down and be with us today. Hope you enjoy your stay in your beautiful and most incredible Wyoming State Capitol. Next bill for our consideration will be House Bill 70. Reading clerk.
House Bill 70, sponsored by Representative Singh, Wyoming Granite Act, an act relating to civil procedure being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
Okay, we have an amendment. Representative Chestick, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 70, and I will withdraw this at the appropriate time, but I do want to have some conversation with you about this bill. I'm a very big supporter of the First Amendment. Most of you don't know this about me, but I was a newspaper reporter for several years before I went to law school. So I grew up as the First Amendment as my shining star. But this bill, I think, is not ready for prime time. I appreciate the intent of the bill. I think it is worth looking at in the interim, but it is simply way too large and way too untested to pass in the current form. The bill is 32 pages long, and to be honest, it didn't really get a very thorough look in our committee because of the pressures of this session and everything else we were doing. We kind of ran out of time to do a good job of looking at it, I think it just needs a lot more work. The bill attempts to do two major things. It acts as a sword and it acts as a shield. The sword part, it creates a cause of action against foreign governments who attempt to silence Wyoming speakers. Think about that for a second. We're going to allow people in Wyoming to sue a foreign government and have the foreign government obey the courts of Wyoming. That's a big ask, and we need to make sure if we're going to let that happen that we have the authority to do that. I'm not sure we do. It also provides a shield to Wyoming speakers from attempts by foreign governments to impose fines for First Amendment protected speech. The heart of the bill is on page 14 when it creates a cause of action against foreign governments. But then it also creates exceptions to that cause of action. And the way I look at it, the exceptions almost swallow the rule. Almost everything could be accepted. So I'm not sure really what this does. Again, these are questions that we need to think more deeply about and study in a lot more detail. How does federal or international law get involved here? Does it supersede? The bill says that the bill is not trying to override federal or international law, but how does it shape that? How does it change it? If we're going to allow federal and international law to supersede the statute, what does the statute do? It's not clear to me what this law, what it does. And we did have some testimony in committee from supporters of the bill, but we didn't really hear any testimony at all from somebody who knows a lot about international law. I don't know a lot about international law. I'll be very frank with you. International law is not simply a course you can take in law school. It's a series of courses you take in law school. There's a lot of stuff going on in international law. It's very complicated, very detailed, and we didn't have anybody provide testimony in our committee about the international law aspects of allowing a lawsuit against a foreign government. I have a bunch of questions about this bill that I asked some of these in committee, and I wasn't really satisfied with the answers I got, and some of them I didn't get answers to at all, and other questions I thought of since then because I had more time to think about this bill. So how does the state of Wyoming have jurisdiction to haul a foreign government into a Wyoming courtroom? We have a thing called a long arm statute where we can bring U.S. parties into court if they satisfy certain criteria. I don't know how long our arms reach. I don't think they reach beyond the boundaries of our country to attach foreign governments. So we have jurisdictional questions. The bill asserts that we have the authority, but I'm not sure the basis for that assertion, so I have questions about that. How would we enforce a judgment that's entered against a foreign government? The major questions about that. Are we stepping on U.S. authority? Foreign affairs is the domain of the federal government. It's usually centered in the executive branch, but also Congress has some things to say about it. But it's a very complicated area of foreign relations, and how does this, are there problems with how this interacts or interfaces with federal authority? Does federal law preempt this partially or in full? I don't know. Again, these are all questions that have not yet, I don't think, been answered to my satisfaction. The bill puts a very heavy thumb on the scale in front of Wyoming residents. Okay, I guess it might make us feel good to do that, but I'm not sure, maybe it goes too far. And if it goes too far, are we creating just a litigation nightmare for future potential plaintiffs? The bill begins by presuming that foreign laws violate the First Amendment and of the U.S. and Wyoming constitutions without any prima facie showing. They're just presumed to be in violation. The presumption can be overturned if the foreign government satisfies a strict scrutiny analysis, which is the most exacting kind of analysis that courts go through. Again, very heavy thumb on the scale of Wyoming. Is that appropriate? Is that going to stand up to court review? I don't know, maybe, but we have to think about that. And here's probably my biggest problem with the bill. The bill requires, it's a shall award to a prevailing plaintiff. So the prevailing plaintiffs could be any business, any Wyoming person, actually any U.S. person who happens to come here and set up shop here or operates a server here. So anybody in the United States could set up a server here in Wyoming and then have the right to use this law to file suit against foreign governments. And if that plaintiff prevails, there's a minimum $1 million, I guess, liquidated damages part, but that's minimum. It could be a lot larger than that, the way the bill is worded. And in addition to any compensatory damages. So the damage awards here could be very, very large, and that's intentional. I get it. The idea here is to try and deter federal government, foreign governments from engaging in this kind of conduct. So we want a very large fine, but does that create an incentive for, it's like a bounty. Are we encouraging people to come here and start filing suits, hoping to get a big payday? Are our courts prepared to handle an influx of cases like this? These are just some of the questions that come to me that really need to be thought through and considered in much more depth than, unfortunately, this bill got. Another point, no other state has anything like this. This is not we're not jumping on a bandwagon that somebody else started and we're just doing what other states have done. This is brand new. No other state has done anything like this. And I'm okay with Wyoming taking the lead and doing something new and innovative, but if we're going to lead, we better know where we're going. Where are we leading people to? So I think we need to push the pause button on this. There is no emergency here. Nobody's going to die if we don't enact this. I think this bill just needs a lot more thought. We need to hear from international law experts, people who understand these things, and I therefore would ask for a no vote on the final vote of this bill. Thank you.
We'll need you to withdraw your amendment after his discussion, yeah. Yeah, just so we've gotten into a little bit of that, so I just don't want to miss that. Representative Lean, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and opposed to the amendment, in committee, we did hear that there are platforms that are operating in the state of Wyoming that currently have lawsuits from these foreign entities. How do we protect our civilians and their First Amendment rights if we're not protecting those platforms? That's my question.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Washut, for your first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My first year in the legislature, a wise old sailor who sat next to me, represented a district here in the capital city, gave me some sage advice. He said, young man, never let anybody else do your thinking for you. And so in committee, we heard conclusions. This bill does this. It will do this. It won't do that. And when I walked away, I got the impression that I didn't know that. I'd been told certain things that I could either accept or not. But did I actually have knowledge about this topic? So I went home, and I know our schedule last week certainly didn't allow for a great deal of time to delve into these matters. But I did pull up this foreign sovereign immunities legislation that's referenced in the bill. And it's like 1,400 pages long. And so I started looking at it, and after a little while, I found that I was staring at the same page 20 minutes after I began staring at that page. And I realized it was beyond me at this point to know what this bill does and what its limits are, because there's so much constraining language in this bill that says up to the limitations of this, up to the limitations of that. Well, when you don't know what this or that provide, even though conceptually I like this bill, I like what it's trying to do. It makes sense. It bothers me that our freedom of speech is being stifled by international stuff. But I agree with the bringer of the amendment that this might be a really great interim topic. Maybe we could bring in some of those people with expertise in international law and some of these treaties that are referenced in the bill to help us grow our knowledge about this topic before we make it law of the land for our great state.
Thank you, Representative Washut. Representative Lawley, for your first time, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I share some of the concerns of the last two speakers, and I want to zero in on the international law piece and where is the right place for issues of international law to be heard, which court in our system in our country. And I'm going to suggest to you that if we can find a Wyoming nexus, which is an if, but if we can, it should be in our federal courts here in Wyoming. So federal courts located in Wyoming. And I don't see a nexus of jurisdiction for state courts, nor do I see an ability for state courts to navigate this space. International law it is its own thing. And many times the conflicts between countries are heard in places like The Hague. They aren't even heard in US courts. I'm not advocating that. I'm just saying that's how complicated it gets. And why that I would see the federal courts as the place, and it would be the federal rules of civil procedure we would be trying to address, not our state court rules of civil procedure. So I think in the end, the idea of putting this into an interim, really looking at it, really understanding where there would be jurisdiction, because this is meaningless if we cannot provide a nexus for state court jurisdiction. And secondly, it would be useless if the state courts are unable to navigate this very complicated space and looking at treaties. But I would say a state or a federal court would be the place if it was going to happen in Wyoming, would be at the federal level. They are used to some of these issues at least. So I would say let's have an interim topic on it. I think the goal of this is very worthy and worth the time to put it into interim and say, but the way this is now, I think it's really not going to be effective. Like it's going to kind of not be able to be applied. It's not going to be meaningful because I don't think that state courts will have the ability to do this or the jurisdictional nexus to do it. So we need to know that. We need to understand how that would be. So again, worthy cause, but let's have it an interim topic on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other members for their first time? Representative Singh, for your first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to emphasize wholeheartedly that I'm grateful for the opportunity to address questions and undergo thorough vetting of any idea, and I'm happy to go to bat for this idea. I believe it's a great idea, and I think it's worth taking a chance on. And so there have been questions about what does this bill actually mean, and how can I, in a sentence, really articulate what this bill does. The problem is that the internet is the Wild West when it comes to how we communicate with each other. It's almost like a giant pool, and invented by Americans, founded in America. Our networks were the ones that enabled this ability to communicate with each other in the first place. But now we have other actors, international actors, that instead of respecting our values of the ability to freely communicate with each other and talk about ideas and criticize our government, instead of being able to do that, they are creating the powers within and of themselves to govern within their own borders, which is their right. But with that, they are taking their right and they are imposing their worldview upon the rest of the world. This bill does not take Wyoming's hands and put it into another person's sandbox. This bill is when it's specifically about a situation when another country comes to us, one of our citizens. Imagine one of our citizens, they wake up, they look at our newspaper, and they're drinking their coffee, and then they look and they read their mail, and they see they've got a notice from a foreign government which says that if you continue with your online activity, you may be fined or face criminal consequences. That sounds ludicrous. It sounds absolutely crazy. But this is reality. This is happening in our world right now. It's happening to Americans right now. And this bill, though it is novel, it guarantees rights against novel international tyranny and extortion. That's what Granite stands for. And so, yes, this is a bold approach. It is a new approach. But frankly, I believe that it is necessary because we have other actors that are taking their hands and reaching them into our sandbox, telling us what we can and cannot say. They're already doing it. The users of the platforms in the state of Wyoming, there are users of platforms in Wyoming that, because of these threats from other countries, are being restricted in what they can and cannot say. And even though I may disagree with the bringer of this amendment all day long about all sorts of things, but I would never, ever try to restrict what he can and cannot say about me. And unfortunately, that is the exception to the rule on the world stage. And now we have the opportunity here with a new piece of legislation to stand up for that belief. I understand it is novel, and there are uncertainties about that. If you look at where it interacts with federal law and international law, all it really says is that we will conform with the existing rules that the federal government has already set. And so if there are things that any particular international government is able to enforce, and things that are able to be assessed that are protected because of federal code, all this bill says about those things is that it will conform with it. And so we've really gone the distance here in crafting language that doesn't step on the toes of those other sovereigns, but at the same time, it respects not only the United States Constitution, but our Constitution here in Wyoming. And so with that, I'll stand in defense of this bill, and I appreciate the opportunity for more conversation, but Folks, this is not my bill. This is our opportunity, and I'm asking you to chip in. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Wharf, for your first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too stand in support of this. You know, I guess maybe I'm the odd man out here, but I do believe that sovereignty matters. And I think if we don't stand up for the things that are our rights, you know, who's going to do that? And I don't disagree that typically that's the job that falls on the federal government. But if we don't take a strong position, how can we expect our federal government to take a strong position? So I think it's important for us to stand up and send a very clear message that we expect the national side of our country to stand up and protect our rights. We already fought some of these foreign nations to get the freedoms that we enjoy today. And it's amazing to me to see the changes that are going on in the world today, how rapidly things are changing. And I think now is the time for us to stand up for the things that we believe are important, our freedom, our liberty, and our rights. We talk an awful lot about the Constitution, but we forget about the Bill of Rights. And the Bill of Rights is every bit as important as the Constitution because it furthers that and clarifies what those rights are. And if we don't stand up and support it, how can we expect the federal government to? So I would urge the body to pass this. I don't think it weakens us in any way. I think it's all positive. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Wharf. Representative Clouston, for your first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, body, I don't know much about this, but I'm actually in favor of this bill moving forward. And if for nothing else, I think it's starting to bring attention to probably a real problem that's out there. So at this point, I'm supportive of this. I'd like to see what the other body thinks, and then we'll see if it goes from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Campbell, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't sure where I was going to fall with this until listening to the last couple of speakers. And so on one end, I heard, we need to make sure we're in compliance with the federal government. That's what this bill does. Okay. And then the next speaker I heard was the federal government isn't doing anything, so we need to take ownership of that as a state. This is an indication to me that we don't know enough about this, and we haven't given enough time and energy to this. And so very much, I think, from what other speakers have said, having this as an interim topic so we can make sure we do it right. The last thing I want to do is move something through that we maybe don't necessarily understand very well and haven't worked through as a body. So, because we may end up doing more damage than good. So having this as an interim makes sense to me. So I guess I would be in favor of the amendment, I guess.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Davis, your first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have to agree with a couple of the previous representatives that, yeah, I'm not really sure on going full throttle into this without knowing what the parameters are here. I mean, there's a lot of questions just in this discussion that I have, and where we sit as a nation, where we sit as a state in this overall picture. So I would think the interim would be a better place to vent this a little more thoroughly so we can all have a good understanding of what the intent of this bill does, how it protects us.
Thank you, Representative. Any others for your first time? Seeing none. Second time, Lean, Washit, Lawley, Singh, Wharf, Clouston, Campbell, and Davis. Representative Lawley, for your second time, please, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have two things we're holding here, which is the seriousness of the problem and the sufficiency of the solution. I do not disagree with the seriousness of the problem. My concerns go to the sufficiency of the solution. State courts that can't compel people to come, they can't enforce judgments, things like that we need to kind of work out, that if we're concerned about this problem, we need to have a sufficient solution. That's my concern. And the good bringer of the bill did not address that in his remarks, the sufficiency of the solution. So you can agree, like I do, that this is an important and big problem. But because it's an important and big problem, We need to make sure we've taken the time to find a sufficient solution, that what we're actually proposing will work. And I have some genuine concerns that it will work at all. Just because limitations on jurisdictions of a state court, no nexus to Wyoming, that we can compel any witness to come. And so those are genuine concerns, and that's where my concerns lie, not in the significance of the problem, but the sufficiency of the solution. And that's why I am concerned about passing a bill like that and thinking we did something more than elevate the issue. I hope we do elevate the issue, but we've got to work harder on the sufficiency of the solutions.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Washit, for your second time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A few years ago, we passed a third reading amendment to a law, passed out of here, got written into the green books, and we found out, uh-oh, we missed a word. One word. And it changed the meaning of that bill. And we had to come back the next year and fix it. And people in our state had to live with the consequences for a whole year till we got back to fix one word. It's not enough for us to agree conceptually with a problem. When we put it in the green books, the details matter. The individual words, what they say, the systems they create, the limitations that they set forth, every word matters. I get it. I'm as alarmed as anybody that one of our great former allies that has been side by side with this country for almost ever, at least since 1812, now seems to be really limiting freedom of speech. Horrible. No disagreement. Problem is, out of all these words in this long bill, do we sure we got every one of them right?
Thank you, Representative. Any others for their second time? Representative Worf, for his second time. Whoever. Looks like Representative Singh for his second time. Please proceed, Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess just to be poetic here, I'd say I'd rather be one word off than say nothing at all. And well, this bill would allow us to protect the speech of both our allies and our adversaries. And to hold that standard high, I think is worthwhile. So I ask for your support. Not for the amendment, for the bill.
Representative Worf, your second time, sir. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For a second, I urge this body to support it. I think back how bold the leaders were of this state when they said, we're going to let women vote. Look at the many times that this state has stepped up and led. And I don't see anything wrong with trying. If we waited for every bill to be perfect, folks, we would be here a lot longer than we are. And we've stayed some pretty late nights. We can't let good be the enemy of, or perfect be the enemy of good. It might not be perfect, but it's a start. And I think that's probably the most important thing is if you don't have the courage to lead, you're following. And I think we've always led in this state. And I would say, let's lead. Let's set that tone. Let's set that as a priority. Let's lead this nation in pushing back against all these other people that are trampling upon rights that we thought were so important. We actually fought the strongest military in the world. We did that. We've always been strong, independent people, and I don't see anything wrong with this. It might not be perfect. There might be a word or two that it could be tweaked. I'm not a wordsmith. I'm not an orator like some of our founding fathers, but I can tell you enough's enough. If we don't stand up, who's going to? And I think it starts with somebody. Somebody's got to lead. I say we should do it. Please vote this up. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Davis, for your second time, sir. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not opposed to this this Granite Act. But I would like to know how many of us in here understand or even have read international law, what this is addressing, you know? So from my perspective, this is outside my wheelhouse unless I can understand it. So along with previous representatives, I think this is a great interim topic. You know, we need to understand what we're putting into the Green Book, not just follow it blindly. I need some information. I need some understanding here. So that's where I am.
Thank you, Representative. Clausen and Campbell and Lean are the last three legislators that can speak to this amendment. Okay, seeing that's it, Representative Chestick, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, body, for the good discussion. I agree with the legislator from the western part of the state that we can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I'm not convinced this is good yet, is the problem. That's what I'm saying. Yes, I agree we have a problem that we need to look at very seriously and think about solutions. Is this a good solution? I don't even know that. So I don't want to put this into the green books, hoping that we got it right, but not really understanding what we did. I think that's a very dangerous way to legislate, and I therefore would request a no vote on the bill. And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will withdraw the amendment.
Without objection from the body, the amendment has been withdrawn. Okay, members, you are voting on House Bill number number 70. Assistant Chief Clerk will please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Fornstrom, Geringer, Gugemas, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas excused, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washit, Wasserberger excused, Webb, Weber excused, Wharf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Brady? Closing vote. Vote closed. 46 aye, 12 no, 4 excused.
House Bill 70, having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the House, House Bill 70 has passed the House. Representative Byron,
Privilege, Mr. Speaker.
please proceed.
Thank you. Members, I want you guys all to get up and stretch. We got some folks we got to welcome. I will also tell you, a good representative from this great capital city emailed us earlier today and reminded us about the special events calendar. A lot of great events on that, so please check that out. They're having an event tonight. But members in the balcony, please welcome leaders from our state's second largest industry, hospitality and tourism. Very special in my neck of the woods. And for those of you looking left, look right. And for those of you looking right, look left. They keep doing circles. They're all over. They're in all the balconies. They're here for their annual hospitality and tourism convention, and we welcome them to the House.
Welcome to the House. Thank you for being here. Appreciate all that you do to promote the beauty and what Wyoming only has in this beautiful, wonderful United States of America. And but the biggest complaint for the job that I would say that I've heard about what you people are doing is you're making it extremely difficult to find a place to camp in any one of our parks because they're always full. And so you're doing a great job. Keep up the great work and promoting all that Wyoming has to offer this in the United States. So keep up the work. Talk to you later. Okay, next for our consideration, House Bill number 141. Reading clerk.
House Bill 141, sponsored by Representative Bear, Fifth Amendment Protection Act, an act relating to cities, towns, and counties being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
We have amendments. First amendment for our consideration to House Bill 141, Representative Storr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 141 and ask for your favorable consideration. You'll see that I have 3 different amendments, and each of these provides an exemption to the prohibition that is found in HB 141. These exemptions reflect the current interpretation of our constitutions, our current statutes, and our current regulatory frameworks. So while we have a prohibition on special legislation, this bill currently only applies to development of real estate in the county where the mountains are sharp. But it could impact how your communities develop in the future, so it has broad implications. But first, let's talk a little bit about real estate in my community. As I think many of you know, a quarter-acre lot costs about $1 million, just the land. The cost to build is more than $1,000 a square foot. That means that your average Wyoming house, say 2,200 square feet on a quarter-acre lot, similar to homes you would see on the north and west side here of the capital city, that would cost about $3.2 million in my community. So when our colleagues talk about unleashing the market to build affordable housing in my community, please keep that in mind. It's just not going to happen. That market is not going to provide affordable housing. It's going to build $3.2 million homes and up. So why are housing prices so high in Teton County? I've heard a variety of suggestions, but I would argue that there really is only one. And that's because my community is a place rich people like to live or own a home. They like that they don't have to pay income tax. They like that they don't have to pay corporate income tax. They like that they don't have to pay estate tax or inheritance tax. They like that they do not have to pay tax on out-of-state retirement income. They like that they don't have to pay a tax on real estate transactions. They like that they don't have to pay a tax on gifts. They like that our property taxes compared to other states quite low on their $10 million home. And while some of them get pretty cranky about those rising property tax bills, they know that they are actually saving money by building that second or third or fourth home in Wyoming. And in some cases, family offices, that's a thing that rich people have that helps them preserve and manage their wealth. They tell their family members to buy a house in my community just to take advantage of our tax laws. And many families who live elsewhere actually put their family offices in my community so that all their assets, their trusts, their business entities can also take advantage of our low tax environment. And yet, the proponents of this bill seem to think that we do not do enough for rich people. Rich people could live other places in Wyoming and enjoy these same tax advantages, and many do. But only in my community can they choose from 30 commercial flights a day to whisk them off to their other homes, a fishing trip to the Seychelles, a hiking adventure in the Dolomites, or maybe just to visit family in Texas. Not to mention the 100 private flights that come and go on a typical summer day. Only in my community can rich people find a plethora of recreational opportunities to keep them busy in their retirement. Nice restaurants to dine at, golf clubs, tennis, pickleball, a world-class ski resort, a soon-to-be 6-star hotel. It is not clear to me what that is, but apparently we are going to find out. Meanwhile, just like in your communities, my community is trying to house our workforce, educate our kids, run our businesses, because rich people are pretty good at demanding services. They need someone to mow the lawn, trim those flower beds, clean their homes, shop for groceries before they arrive, guide them down the river, teach them to ski, lead them to the top of the Grand, plow their driveways, wait on them and do the dishes at their favorite restaurants, build their guest house.
Point of order.
What's your point, Representative?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure what the lecture on rich people's lifestyle has to do with this bill. If we can get on the bill.
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
Thank you, Representative. What's your point, Representative?
This is exactly what the bill is about. It is exactly what the bill is about. And to call a parliamentary procedure to say that's not what the bill, then debate that. Don't call a point of order on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative, please.
Thank you. I am just trying to show the relationship between the market demand and housing supply. As I was saying, rich people are pretty good at demanding services. They need people to help establish their latest trust, rewrite their wills to take advantage of their latest federal tax breaks, stuff like that. It takes a lot of people to keep rich people happy and entertained. And we do a very good job of that in my community. So when someone builds another 6,000 square foot house, it means that we need more housing just to keep up with the demand that creates on the community. That is the basis for our housing mitigation. We ask new homeowners and developers to pay what is really a very small percentage of the cost of the increases in services their development requires. It doesn't even come close to covering the real cost to the community of their new home, to be honest, or that new proposed subdivision, but it does help. This amendment recognizes that, and it recognizes that development often requires additional infrastructure, the widening of a road, a new wastewater package plant, or even a school that the community pays for. A developer might be asked to provide the land for a school when he's planning 300 new homes, but all of us will pay for the school itself. So this amendment makes it so that those kinds of public investments in private developments are recognized as legitimate benefits to the developer. They represent the fact that the community is often subsidizing the development, not the other way around. It allows the community to require housing for workforce demands the development creates. I stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Johnson, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I feel sorry for these rich people that live in Jackson, and maybe if they would pay a living wage to the people of Jackson, maybe $500 an hour for a barista, they could live in Jackson and buy a home in Jackson. I don't think it's up to us to do anything else but make sure that they get a living wage. Thank you.
Any other members speaking to Representative Bear, please?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too would like to address the comments from the bringer and then get into the actual amendment and what it does. But, I think the previous speaker pointed it out that it's the market that should pay for these individuals if, as the bringer said, rich people demand service, then rich people should pay for service. And that'll lead to people having the wages necessary to live in that community if that's what it takes to provide those services that they're being demanded. But what this amendment does is it proposes to centralize control through the government and build those houses via the government. And then the government chooses the prices that home builders will pay in contradiction to their Fifth Amendment rights, and the prices of the homes that will be built. What this amendment does is this amendment proposes that in contradiction to the bill, we still want you to buy us an apple, but we're going to give you an orange. So that's going to get rid of the takings that is spoken about in the Fifth Amendment. But the problem is the people making the choices are the ones that set the prices on the apples and the oranges. And it's very easy for them to make a taking out of that exchange of apples for oranges. So I would recommend a no vote on this scheme to trade apples for oranges.
Any other representatives for the first time? Seeing none for the first time, Representative, you have another wish to speak? Representative Bear, second time? Okay, Representative Storr, if you would please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say that this is about local control. This bill, without this amendment, takes that control away. It's that simple.
Thank you, Representative. Body, you are voting on third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 141. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment has not been adopted. Next amendment for our consideration, third reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 141. Representative Storr, please, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 141 and ask again for your favorable consideration. You all know what Wyoming subdivision laws are. Let's say you've got 300 acres of agricultural land. You decide you want to subdivide. The state says you can do that if you limit the size of each lot to 35 acres. You don't need to go to the city or the county. We even have a law that says you can make smaller parcels for immediate family members. But if you want to do more, the law says you need to make a plan and work on that plan with the city or the town. Let's say you want to build 40 lots instead of 10, or 400 instead of 40. Then the law says you need to mitigate those additional demands your development puts on the community. This amendment recognizes that is not a taking, but a legitimate requirement subject to local rules when an upzone is requested. It's why I brought, frankly, a previous bill a couple of years ago to allow these kinds of things to be worked out in advance through developer agreements, something many other states allow for, and I think we should still consider. So all this amendment does is recognize that towns and counties have a legitimate right to exert local control, to make demands of developers who are increasing their development value through an upzone. That's it.
Thank you, Representative. Members, for your first time on the amendment, number 2 to 141, Representative Bear, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So now we're talking about throwing a carrot in there. So we're gonna have our standards in our community. We have a planning commission. We do all these things where we figure out what should the community look like. And your local communities have every right to do that. But now we're going to trade a carrot of making exceptions to that for what would be a taking. And again, we're just trading a carrot now at this point for the apple, and we get to set the price of the apple. So on and against the amendment.
Any other members for their first time? Seeing none. Back to the second time. Representative Bear's good. Back to the bringer. Representative Storr, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I truly am not following the analogy, though I am a little bit hungry. So I will just keep it short and remind you that this is how we do development in the state of Wyoming. Thank you. On and for.
Okay, members, you're voting on third reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 141. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Okay, amendment has not been adopted. Next amendment for our consideration on House Bill 141, third reading amendment number 3. Representative Storr, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 3 to HB 141 and ask for your favorable consideration. So this bill makes references to our constitutional rights. The Fifth Amendment found in our U.S. Constitution, that private property may not be taken for public use without just compensation. It also, frankly, references the idea that we should have fair and equal procedures when the government does take property. And these are mirrored in our own Constitution, Article 1, Section 33. We recognize that our constitutions uphold these rights, but we must also recognize that those rights are not absolute under specific conditions. And in fact, the Supreme Court has identified exactly when they are not. When conditions bear an essential nexus and proportionality to the impacts of the proposed development that are consistent with our constitutions. In fact, Wyoming has already passed law that recognizes this in the Regulatory Takings Act that you can find in Wyoming Statute 95301 through 305. Passed in 1995, it requires the Attorney General to develop and periodically update guidelines and a checklist to help agencies identify actions with constitutional takings implications. And it requires agencies to use this checklist when evaluating proposed actions that may affect private property rights. It requires at a minimum that agencies evaluate how the action or regulation affects private property, be that water, mineral, or other recognized private property interest. It looks at the likelihood that an action may constitute a physical or regulatory taking, including per se takings and partial regulatory takings. It asks that we identify the statutory purpose served and whether the regulation actually advances that purpose. It identifies whether the restriction is proportionate to the problem being addressed. It looks at the agency's potential financial liability if the action is later held to be a taking. And it requires the agencies to look at alternatives or any other criteria that the AG deems relevant in light of evolving takings law. Our counties reference this in their local development standards. For example, Park County's 2025 Development Standards Rewrite points back to this same guidance for public review, confirming that this continues to be a working document. So this amendment merely recognizes what already exists in law, that our constitution rights are not absolute under specific conditions, and that statutes and regulations exist to guide communities to avoid a taking. But without this amendment, the bill as written is a license for rich developers to run roughshod over community values and thwart local control. This amendment merely recognizes the processes that exist and the checks and balances that communities rely on. Please vote aye.
Thank you, Representative. I'm assuming Representative Bear, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to take you back to the conversation when it started the bringer of this amendment stated that this is coming to a community near you, okay? This is the concern for each of us, that we must stand as a bulwark against people taking away our citizens, our constituents' Fifth Amendment rights to property without a taking from the government. When they do, what happens is that our constituents have to find an attorney, spend a ton of money trying to protect their own rights. That's the purpose of the bill that's attempting to be amended here. So what does the amendment do? Well, it does use the language that is necessary for determining when it's not a takings. Absolutely, that's true. I agree with the bringer of the amendment in that regard. But the problem is when you put it in the bill, where it's being purported to put into the bill, it now is a statement by this body that there is a nexus for mitigating workforce housing, which means that you are saying by voting for this amendment that it's appropriate for us to make you, when you build a home, build someone else's home. And I'll go back to my discussion before. I said this is centralizing control. If we let the free market do it, it'll be appropriate. But the more we centralize control, the worse the problem gets. In the community that we've been discussing to this point, and again, it's going to spread to your community, they've had this issue for many years. And the gap between the need for workforce housing and the homes that are going to meet that need gets wider and wider every year. It's because this community is trying to use centralized control that takes away your Fifth Amendment rights. So please vote no on the amendment and aye for the bill.
Any others for their first time on the amendment? Number 3. Representative Campbell, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So actually on and in favor of this amendment, and actually the last 2 amendments. So I'm going to push back on what the last speaker just said. And I would say this bill is what is centralizing authority. The reason I say that is because it is taking away the decision-making and ability of our municipalities and counties to have things like impact fees or building permit fees or erosion control fees or off-premises mitigation of impacts like traffic improvements and traffic flow, water, sewer upgrades. It's taking our cities and towns and counties' ability away from them to be able to address any potential impacts to infrastructure and what that might look like. So I would say this amendment is what keeps that decision-making process at a local level, and it's the bill that is centralizing power. Thank you.
Any other members for their first time? Seeing none, second time, back to Representative Bear, if you'd see fit. And Representative Campbell, if you'd like to speak again, you'll be next. Representative Bear, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick recap of the last speaker's comments. You know, it's the Fifth Amendment, our Bill of Rights, to the amendments to our Constitution that protects the individual. It doesn't get any more local control than that. As far as mitigation for these other issues, they're not in the bill. And as long as there's a nexus, your community can still charge for those things that they need to charge for to build out a community. So this bill does not do that. This bill makes it very clear that building a home for someone else has no nexus. On and against the amendment and for the bill.
Representative Storm, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I just have to disagree with the last speaker that there is nexus, there is proportionality. These are things that make sense. These are how we mitigate impacts. This amendment preserves local control and it makes rich people pay their own way. And I will ask, according to Rule 12.4, for the ayes and noes. Thank you.
Okay, we'll need two members to, there we go. We gotta hold your hands up so the chief clerk can get some names. Whenever you're ready, just let me know. We're good? All right, members, you are voting on House Amendment number 3 to House Bill number 3. So House Bill number 141, third reading number 3. All chief, let's see, Assistant Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Lisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom, Geringer, Gugemas, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lolly, Lolly, Lean, Locke, Lucas excused, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storr, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washit, Wasserberger excused, Webb, Weber excused, Wharf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Ottman, aye to no. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 13 aye, 39 no, 10 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to adopt third reading amendment to House Bill number 145. Okay, House Bill 141, excuse me, 141 is what that was. House Bill 141 having been read 3 separate times. The question is, shall the bill pass? Assistant Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Lisa, Campbell Kevin, excused, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, excused, Bornstrom, Geringer, Gugemas, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lolly, Lean, Locke, Lucas excused, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storr, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washit, Wasserberger, excused. Webb. Weber, excused. Wharf. Williams. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Mr. Speaker. Are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 35 aye, 17 no, 10 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members of the House, House Bill 141 has passed the House. Members, before we go on, I think something that we need to address here right now, and I hope you guys all understand where I'm coming from on this. I've only actually got 3 members that have talked to me about being excused from votes. Now, we just have 7 other members that were not on the floor and did not vote. If this continues, now, mind you, ladies and gentlemen, these are third reading votes. This is for all the marbles. If I do not have an excused from you as to where you are and why you're off the floor, I will call you absent. And then you can explain that to your people at home, why you were not there and you were not willing to cast their vote for this legislation. So my suggestion from this point on, if you do not have your name on a list that's right here next to me and a reason for your excuse to not be here, I will call you absent. Just for your information, moving forward. Thank you. Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 145 and
Here,
ask.
wait a minute, we're just a little ahead of the gun. I gotta read it in here. But I appreciate your tenacity and your desire to get things rolling, but the next bill for our consideration will be House Bill 145. Reading clerk, please.
House Bill 145, sponsored by Representative Yin, removing triple taxation for resident EV drivers. An act relating to taxation and revenue being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
We have amendments. Representative, I believe, let me see, Representative Heiner.
And I've practiced.
You have, and so you've got this down pat. Please,
All right, thank
bring
you,
your
Mr.
amendment.
Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 145 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, we've heard many times that Wyoming is a small town with long streets. So if you charge up your EV, you're going to get about 300 to 500 miles on that charge. But if you have a plug-in hybrid, you'll get about 25 to 35 miles. The rest of the trip is going to be on gasoline, and you're paying the fuel tax on that gasoline that you're using. So what I'm trying to do is just make this equitable, this fee equitable. If you're paying $200 for a 3 to 500 miles, and you're not paying any fuel tax, gasoline tax, if you're only getting 30 miles on a plug-in hybrid, then you should only pay about 10% of that $200 decal for a plug-in hybrid. Now, in disclosure, my wife has a plug-in hybrid, so I'm not going to vote on this amendment for that reason. But I would ask you to be fair and consistent with those fees that will be assessed. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Yin, for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, on the amendment, I have no opposition to the change. Happy to get this through. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, any others? Representative Wiley, please, for your first time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and opposed. This has been through 2 interims and then brought back up into committee this year. I think it's equitable and fair. Please vote no.
All right, any other members for their first time on the amendment? Amendment number 1 to House Bill 145. Seeing none, back to any second? We good? Representative Heiner waves us off. Members, you're voting on House Bill 145's third reading amendment number 1. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. I think the amendment has not been adopted. Okay, having House Bill 145 have been read 3 separate times, the question is now, shall the bill pass? Assistant Chief Clerk will please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Houston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Feiler, Bornstrom, Geringer, Gugemas, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas excused, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh,
Absent.
Smith, Storr, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washit, Wasserberger, excused, Webb, Weber, excused, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker,
Aye.
are there any changes? Allemand, aye to no. Strock, no to aye.
I think you can change if he's here.
Singh, absent to. Further changes. Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 46 aye, 12 no, 4 excused.
House Bill 145, having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the House, House Bill 145 has passed the House. Next bill for our consideration will be House Bill 178.
House Bill 178, sponsored by Representative Williams. Public unions, transparency and dues withdrawal limitations, an act relating to labor and employment being enacted by the Legislature of the State of Wyoming.
We have amendments. Representative Washit, Chairman Washit, please, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I would respectfully withdraw third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 178.
Very good. Without objection from the House, amendment has been withdrawn. Next amendment for our consideration on House Bill 178, amendment number 2, Representative Andrew, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move thank you. Third reading amendments number 2 to House Bill 178 and ask for your favorable consideration.
There you go.
Mr. Speaker, I worked on this amendment over the weekend just to clear up some misunderstanding of some things I don't believe the bringer was ever trying to do in this bill. The firefighters were always exempted, particularly because they are the only ones who currently have a statutory right in Wyoming's laws to collectively organize and bargain. So I think the idea was to not mess with that. So essentially on page 6, under the heading, nothing in this act shall be construed to, we first add on to the provision on line 17, impair the right of firefighters to collectively bargain as provided in our statutes. And we go from there and add, including the ability to collectively bargain for deductions from wages. I don't believe this actually changes the bill, but I think it's important to make legislation clearly readable, and that's what this does. The second was another concern that there could be privacy violations for people who are in these organizations. So we added under that same heading of nothing in this section shall be construed to, we add require any labor organization to disclose the names or identifying information of its members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Any members for the first time? Representative Williams, your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I consider this amendment to be friendly. I'm not convinced that it's necessary. It appears to be a belt and suspenders to me, and I urge your aye vote.
Any other representatives for the first time on the amendment? Third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 178. Seeing none, back to the bringer, Representative Andrew. You good? Waving us off? All right. Members, you're voting on third reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 178. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment has been adopted. All right, that does it. Members, House Bill 178, having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall the bill pass? The Assistant Chief Clerk will please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Weiler, Hornstrom, Geringer, Gugemas, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas excused, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storr, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washit, Wasserberger excused, Webb, Weber excused, Wharf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin, Mr. Speaker. Are there any changes? McCann absent to Davis. Aye to no. Further changes. Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 36 aye, 22 no, 4 excused.
House Bill 178, having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the House, House Bill 178 has passed the House. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Mason's sections 187(6)K and 302, I move to change the order of consideration of bills on general file by placing the following bill as the first item to be taken up when we move into committee of the whole today, and that would be House Bill 144.
Okay, let me sort this out. Give us a moment to kind of walk through this, make sure we don't miss anything. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, under Mason's section 81A, this motion is debatable. The motion requires a vote of the majority of the members of the House. So this is debatable. Members, first up for debate, let me get something here I can keep things straight from one another. Representative Stivar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The
the management council, which established the rule for Friday, February 20th as the last day for the committee of the whole for the House of Origin. I think we need to stick with what the management council said and move on and against.
Thank you, Representative Stivar. Okay, next member, Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and opposed to the motion, I agree with the previous speaker, but it's not a rule. I don't believe it's a rule. It's the calendar. We set the calendar in conjunction with our counterparts down the hall. And I would just like to remind the body that last year, our counterparts did something that we had never seen before, and they created a bill out of whole cloth after the calendar had cut off and went through 3 full readings all in one day and brought it to us. And we did not take that bill up for action. And I think that's the concern for me. I like the idea of bringing a bill out and trying to debate it. This was an important bill, but we're going to debate it whatever time we spend on it. I doubt very seriously the other body's going to take it up. And I've seen it probably 3 or 4 times now in my time in this body that you go past the calendar, the other team won't play with that ball. On and opposed.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Alleman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to ask for an aye vote on this. It was not the firefighters of Wyoming who filibustered this House for 22 hours.
Representative Alleman. It's debate, and everybody has the opportunity to be able to debate. How long that debate takes is entirely up to this body. So we're going to avoid the filibuster, and we're going to leave it at that, sir.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you,
Sorry
Representative.
to the House.
No, thank you, Mr. Representative Alleman. Okay, let me see. Representative Byron, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a tough one. I'm on and against it, Mr. Speaker and body. There's a number of good bills that sit on general file right now. And we've been through this historically. And I was no then too, out of respect for the institution, out of respect for the suggested calendar. And it hurts me to have to talk against this motion. As I mentioned, I'm on this bill. I have another really good bill that's sitting out there on general file. But I think in order to proceed and move forward with the work of the House, we need to vote no on this and keep moving.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Harshman, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the good chairman pointed out it is not a rule. Of course, it's a calendar and who the speaker and president basically set with management council. And we've already blown that calendar out of the water with Thursday into Friday and Friday into Saturday. And so this is not uncommon. There was a lot of work to do on that budget. I think we've really improved it. We're very close with the other end. I think the budget negotiations will go very well because of all the hard work we did in this House, and really appreciative of that. I think this bill got caught up in that. And to me, why it's important is it's about fire protection for our homes. And if this starts to drop off, you're going to see insurance rates go up. It's not going to be good. And I just think we want to give our locals this opportunity because every place in Wyoming is a little different. Probably not a big deal in Campbell County. It's probably not a big deal in Teton County, but I think we got to push this thing through and get it done because I think our state needs it. Our locals need it. So please vote aye on this to move it up. Thank you.
Any other members for their first time? Seeing none. Second time. Speak to the motion. Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And then I guess the last point, and the good chairman brought this up, I don't think we can worry about what the other body's going to do. You know, we can only control what we do on this floor and just try to do the right thing and pass this on down. And then it'll be out of our hands, and let the public, their constituents, talk to our colleagues down the hall. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no one would like to speak second time, Representative Campbell, we'll let you visit one last time and then we will vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I absolutely agree. I mean, there are we have a few bills left on general file. And it happened during general session last. I had a few that didn't make it. I appreciate that and I understand the process. And the reason I ask for us to move 144 is the urgency. If I thought this could wait until general session February next year, I would let it wait. Had a couple other bills that didn't make it through. That's okay. They can wait. This one is an urgency matter that does affect every single one of our fire protection districts. And not only, I can only speak to Natrona County and the number of residences that are currently facing homeowner insurance, the ability to afford or not have that coverage. We're getting more numbers by the day. So because of that urgency, not only for our fire protection district, but every fire protection district in your counties, that is why I made the motion, is that sense of urgency. I don't think this will wait until I know it won't wait until February. So would ask you to please consider this favorably and vote yes.
Thank you, Representative. We are now voting on whether to place House Bill 144 as the first item to be taken up on Committee of the Whole today. House Bill 144, Chief Clerk will please call the roll.
Ellamand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Feiler, Fornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haraldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, excused, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, excused, Webb, Weber, excused, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Erickson, aye. To no. Further changes? Lawley? No. To aye.
Larson JT, no to aye. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 21 aye, 37 no, 4 excused.
By your vote, you have decided not to support the motion to move the bill to general file. It has failed. So Representative Wiley, please, sir.
Mr. Speaker, privilege of the floor.
Absolutely, proceed.
Body, it's just come to my attention that back home, we lost a young student to suicide. And just one more young person and their bright light, darkened way too early. So I would ask the body to have a moment of silence, please. Thank you.
We would like to extend our sympathies, deepest sympathies and condolences to the family. This is a very, very tragic thing for any family to deal with. And so our hearts and our thoughts and our prayers are with them as they struggle with this right now. So thank you, Representative Wiley. All right. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House resolve itself into Committee of the Whole.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The motion is adopted. Congratulations and welcome, Representative Fornstrom. Need help you? You're not afraid to get right in the thick of it. That's a good thing. Okay. You can enjoy the clapping and the accolades as long as you want. And then there should be a list. Right there is going to be your motion. I'll help you out.
The Committee of the Whole will please come to order. The first bill for our consideration is Senate File 5. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 5, sponsored by Labor, Hospital Bankruptcy Proceedings and Act Relating to Counties. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom is referred Senate File 5 engrossed. Hospital Bankruptcy Proceedings, respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Clouston, Guggenmoss, Heft, McCann, Ottman, Rodriguez-Williams, Thayer, Wasserberger, Yin. Representative Rodriguez-Williams, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Rodriguez-Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that Senate File Number 5 do pass. And I turn the explanation over to the good representative that co-sponsored.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Thayer.
Thank you, Chairman. So in front of you today, we have a really good little easy some amendments. We are going to be talking about statute 18-8, 109 and statute 35-2348. This is giving memorial hospitals and hospital districts an option. If you look at the current bill, the only opportunity those two entities can do is terminate or dissolve. And what this bill does is it gives them another option that they can actually file bankruptcy. They can actually file bankruptcy through the Chapter 9 U.S. Bankruptcy Code. This bill aligns with all those rules and regs. It was an interim topic. We worked with the Wyoming Hospital Association. We worked with the counties, making sure we dotted all our I's and T's. So if we go to the first page, it is talking about, if you look at the bottom of page 1, it talks about dissolution. Well, what we'd like to do is actually offer the bankruptcy. So then if you go to the top of page 2, in B and C, it really gives those guardrails that the hospital, the memorial hospitals have to go to the trustees. They have to vote on those. There are guardrails. You go to number C, more details, a plan. They have to work with the bankruptcy code, get a person, work with the creditors and the creditees, and going through. Again, this is not resolving them of their debts. This is not forgiving them. This is actually just getting a plan to pay them in a different order. I think something that we can take on this is some of our local businesses are hanging out there and not getting paid. So this would actually restructure and some of our local businesses could get paid. And then if you start on the bottom of page 2, 35-2438, this is where we talk about the hospital district. And again, it was just a dissolution. So this is another tool just offering that they can file bankruptcy, a Chapter 9 with the bankruptcy code. Again, on the top of page 3, it's the guardrails. It's going to the hospital district, that board of trustees, making sure they file correctly, meeting all Chapter 9, United States United States Bankruptcy Code. I'm dotting all those i's and t's. And then the final on D is that they then have to put out information on their website and letting people know that the hospital district is reorganizing. I think the last part on your last page, page 4, is section 2, is we did change the date from the interim topic to make it effective immediately. This is just if this option is needed. We just didn't want to tie their hands. You know, again, this is a big picture in all our communities, sustaining our state, our counties, and our own backyards with healthcare options. So again, I ask for your favorable vote on this. Thank you. And I stand for any questions.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Whoops. Representative Chestick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I apologize if I missed this in the introduction. What is the necessity for this? Wouldn't these hospitals have the right to file this anyway without this bill? I missed that.
Representative Thayer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Great question. So if you're a private hospital in the state of Wyoming, you can just do that. But we do not have in statute that memorial hospitals or hospital districts can do that.
Any further discussion on the bill? Question having been called, all those in favor of Chairman Rodriguez-Williams' motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it does so with recommendation that Senate File 5 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 5 has passed committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 7. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 7, sponsored by Judiciary, Theft Amendments, an act relating to crimes and offenses. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 1, Judiciary, to whom was referred Senate File 7, Theft Amendments. Respectfully report same back to the House with a recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Brady, Bratton, Filer, Lean, Singh, Washit, Webb. Noes, Representative Chestick. Excused, Representative Kelly. Representative Singh, Vice Chairman.
Where am I at now? Oh, you've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Washit?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with recommendation that Senate File 7 do pass, and I further turn over explanation of the bill to the good Vice Chairman of Judiciary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Body before you is Senate File 7. This is a committee bill that we worked on over the interim. Has to do with theft amendments. If you look on page 1, line 11, it makes amendments to 6-3-3 or 402, which is theft penalties. On page 2, line 2, it changes the misdemeanor punishable by imprisonment for not more than 1 year and a fine not more than $1,500. And then further along on page 2, if you look at line 8, any person convicted of a third or subsequent offense for theft would be guilty of a felony. And then on the third page, you look, it says in amending 6-3-411, unlawful use of a theft detection shielding device. On page 3, lines 2 through 4, you can see it conforms that language as well. And folks, what we had heard through the interim was that there are a lot of instances in which the value of the item, although it is a small item, the value of the item itself exceeds some of these different thresholds. And so this bill is increasing the punishment for theft. And so theft is a serious problem in all of our communities. And so I ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this statute we changed several years ago, and we made it so that it was a felony if you stole more than 5 times. Since that, I want to know what the case numbers have been. So how often is this happening? What are the misdemeanor offenses that have ended up qualifying? I know after we passed this in Fremont County, we saw that a woman was prosecuted for a felony when she stole diapers. Is that the kind of felony punishment that we want to give to people that are struggling to get by? So I just want to know how this is being used. Thank you.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is, do we have the capacity built into the system? If we change this, do we have the place to house these people? Would be my question. That I don't know.
Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So one of the things is I was back on good committee number 1 when we had that conversation last time. And one of the things though that I have heard just from my community and my some of my businesses in my community is just how out of control this has become, to the point where in the town I live in, we can't take backpacks into one of our grocery stores because they get filled up and brought out. And so it's become almost it's become something very much accepted in a way. And so I believe the only way we can really ever see this actually be fixed is by cracking down on it and having a little bit harder lines. So it is something that we're still seeing be an issue even with the changes we made.
Chairman Washit.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have the numbers that were just asked for, but some of the testimony we heard about was the impact that this type of theft, the voluminous amounts of theft that are occurring, all those costs are passed on to paying customers, right? So everybody who buys any product, whether it's a package of diapers or anything else, is paying the cost of the people who've stolen items previously. And in addition, we were told about retail stores hiring off-duty police officers at cost, paying these officers to stand guard in the front of their stores to deter and apprehend these types of thieves who just prey on these stores over and over again. And again, that cost of hiring that off-duty police officer to deter or apprehend these thieves is passed on to everybody else who buys items at that store and pays the retail price. Folks from the good chamber that deal with businesses were very adamant that this legislation was needed. And it seems to make logical sense, right? That if you haven't learned from your first 2 prior convictions, what's wrong, right? What's wrong? We can't afford to make our retailers bear the cost that they then pass on to our constituents for people who are unwilling or unable, for whatever reason, to pay the cost of the property. They can't just steal it without there being consequences to the rest of the folks.
Any for Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nothing in this bill reimburses businesses. Nothing in this bill helps them. And there is there's no evidence to suggest that making this a felony after 3 instead of 5 is a deterrent. That is not how crime works. And many of you are newer members, but this is exactly what I got my doctorate degree in, was looking at what actually works in policy. This policy is not going to work. It is going to cost $42,000 more per person that we throw in DOC. And we're not fixing anything. Blessed are the poor.
Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the previous speaker, unless I'm looking for an engrossed version, but as I see this, we're still talking about a misdemeanor. We're changing the misdemeanor charges up to from 6 months up to 11, and from a fine of $1,500 from $750. In now, so she can, or somebody can walk me through where we get into the felony. Maybe that's already in statute after so many times, but I think what we're doing here right now, at least, is a misdemeanor conversation. And if I might, just in my community, I know sometimes we like to focus on that it's just in the grocery store, but if you go to that place where there's the helpful hardware man, boy, they tell me about the stuff that walk out of the store, and it doesn't take but a handful to be $1,500, and I think, or $1,000, and I think that they've really. So, what are we doing to help them? There's some accountability. I unless they can show me the downside and the felony part of this, I think that this is a reasonable thing to address.
Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So to answer your question, it's any person convicted of a third subsequent offense instead of a fifth. So that's the question of numbers that I have. How many people are going to end up qualifying for this compared to fifth? And this is lifetime. It's in the last 10 years. I mean, if you you get caught up when you're 19 years old multiple times, and then later you end up in the same situation. It sounds like a lot of stealing happening at grocery stores. Felony, prison. I just don't know why this is necessary. I get the knee-jerk reaction to want to do something for businesses. This does not help them. This is going to cost us a bunch of money at DOC.
Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the testimonies that we heard in this good committee number one was that fuel is one of the top things that is being stolen. And it's not just, a tank of fuel here and a tank of fuel there. You're talking about 500 to 1,000 gallons at a time. And if you steal that 2 or 3 times over, I do believe that you need to be charged with a felony on and for.
Chairman Washut.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it's always difficult when we talk about the effects of passing criminal laws. The one thing that's really next to impossible to measure is how many crimes didn't occur. How many thefts didn't occur once we passed the 5 strikes and it's a felony law? Don't know. How many crimes didn't occur? How do you measure that? Right? And so when we look at this situation, we say, well, it's not going to help these businesses. These businesses were the ones asking for it. They think it's going to be helpful. They believe it's needed. So hard to say it's not going to help them.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, with the price, what interested me or intrigued me in this bill was the reference to livestock. Livestock, if you're looking at the cost of a cow bred is $4,000 to $5,000. I mean, it could be massive in no time. One trailer load and you've got $50,000 going out the door. So I can understand some of the intent here, but
Representative Riggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was wondering how this is applicable to minors. And for example, what if you're on a little miniature misdemeanor crime spree in 2 or 3 days, and are you instantly into the effect of now you're in a felony? Thank you.
Any further discussion on the bill? Oh, sorry. Representative Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on and against the bill, ladies and gentlemen, this is the third time I think that I've been in this body that we're now trying to attempt to raise the amount of the fine and also the penalties. And having spent about 10 years of my life being a public defender and representing a lot of these folks, it's just my opinion that this really does not serve as a deterrent. And I don't blame the merchants from coming and saying, we gotta stop this problem. So let's just make the fines higher and higher and put more and more jail time on the offenses. And I would respectfully submit that is not a real deterrent. It just isn't. And so what we end up having is more people in jail and more fines that they can't pay. It also extends the time of probation when you're out on probation. And ultimately, more felons and wrongs. And I don't think this is the solution to the problem. You know, the good grocery store where you have to walk through the beepers now, they don't have this problem. So as our society continues to advance, I think a lot of these problems will go away, I hope, just because we'll be able to trace those items easier and stop them at the gate. But this isn't the solution to the problem that exists. And it's harder for those folks to keep a job. It's harder for them to get back into society if they're incarcerated longer and if they have bigger fines to pay. And I just don't think it really solves the underlying issue. So on and against.
Representative Provenza.
Thank you. So to Representative from Natrona County, that was a question that we had when we first implemented this statute was when is it one offense versus several? And so there's concern that in Fremont County, where there's the issue at the specific store that starts with a W and ends with Allmart, that they might be stacking charges. So they sit and wait. So they get footage of someone stealing at different times, and then they can prosecute for a felony. And with the minors, I'm not sure exactly how it works out with minors because of there's just different components of that. But it is problematic that if you're, I mean, often we see this with people with substance abuse disorders. So folks who are going through substance abuse, they're stealing things, they do it over a course of period of time. Those are separate offenses, particularly if they're separate victims, right? You turn something that is a potentially mental health crisis into a felony. Again, I understand the impetus. It doesn't solve that problem. This is not going to deter theft. It is not going to. It is going to increase the number of people that we put in Rollins and Mississippi.
Representative Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm not trying to belabor the point here. I think we've had some pretty thorough discussion, and what this bill does has been articulately described. Just in addition, what was described to us in committee was that there is an active working knowledge that a fifth theft that would qualify for this felony that is being described on page 2 from lines 8 to line 17. Criminal organizations that are aware of that language, they're gaming that, and they're having folks intentionally go up to that fourth occurrence, and then they have them stop stealing. And so we heard specifically about the organized crime aspect of that. And so that was part of the impetus to why we're switching that language to a third instead of a fifth. And however, I don't have any specific statistical information on that. So anyways, let's keep going, guys. Thank you.
Any further questions? Question having been called, all those in favor of Chairman Washet's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with recommendation that Senate File 7 do pass. All those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 7 has passed the Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 8. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 8, sponsored by Judiciary, absconding for criminal purposes, criminal offense, an act relating to crimes and offenses. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 1, Judiciary, to whom is referred Senate File 8 engrossed, absconding for criminal purposes, criminal offense, respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Brady, Bratton, Chestick, Filer, Lean, Singh, Washit, Webb. Excused, Representative Kelly. Representative Washit, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure, Chairman Washit? Vice Chairman Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that Senate File 8 do pass. And I would turn further explanation over to the good Chairman of Committee Number 1.
Chairman Washit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So bring this bill today is another joint judiciary bill worked over the interim, got quite a bit of discussion and work. What we've recognized around Wyoming is that we have a very mobile criminal element. People who go from one community to another, commit a crime, then return to their home community, move from county to county to county, doing a series of crimes across a big interstate. And what we sought to do with this bill was something akin to our national laws, where flight across from one state to another becomes another crime. Interstate flight to avoid prosecution or some other crime. Because we recognize that when criminals are mobile and they're moving from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, they are more difficult to investigate. The evidence is sometimes disposed of. They can traffic in stolen property with less chance of being detected. All sorts of different compounding factors occur when criminals move from one jurisdiction to another after committing their crime. So what this bill does is create a new crime in our statutes called absconding for criminal purposes, where when an individual commits a crime and then goes across county lines in furtherance of that crime, it becomes a separate chargeable crime. So there are times where when folks move from one county to the next county, it's difficult to get them back sometimes to charge them in the original county. There are other times where when there's a sufficient cause and charge, people doing these crimes over and over again, those sorts of things, it makes sense that we try to protect our home communities from transient criminals. And this is as true in the theft arena as it is in the substance abuse, substance trafficking area, where people come from one jurisdiction, go to another jurisdiction, sell their fentanyl, sell their methamphetamine, and then leave. They're exporting criminal behavior from one county to another county, impacting our constituents back home. And when we recognize the impact that such crimes have on our investigative resources, the committee thought it was worthwhile to look at creating this new statute to give us one more tool in the toolbox and perhaps one more deterrent to deal with these types of crimes. We debated whether or not the crime for absconding should always be a felony. And there's some merit to that argument. But ultimately, the committee chose that the highest level crime committed in the county where the crimes were committed would dictate whether the crime of absconding was a misdemeanor or a felony. So if the individual commits a felony crime in your jurisdiction and flees back to another county or across state lines or across into another jurisdiction, then that would be a misdemeanor. If the crime they commit in your jurisdiction is a felony and then they leave that county, then the crime of absconding would be a felony crime. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Any discussion on the bill? Are we ready to move to question? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Washett's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that Senate File 8 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File has passed the Committee of the Whole. Senate File 8 has passed Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 11. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 11, sponsored by Transportation, Burials of Indigent Veterans Amendments, an act relating to Defense Forces and Affairs. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 8, Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs, to whom was referred Senate File 11 engrossed. Burials of Indigent Veterans Amendments. Respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Brown, Geringer, Larson, McCann, Posey, Tarver, Wiley. Excused, Representative Banks. Absent, Representative Nicholas. Representative Brown, Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure, Chairman Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 11 do pass. There are no standing committee amendments. And ladies and gentlemen, this was an interim bill. Very, very simple. I see I've got everybody's radiating attention on such an incredible piece of legislation here. So let me just explain what we've got going on with this bill. Prior to this piece of legislation coming into existence, what was happening is our counties are responsible for handling indigent burials. And with the case of the indigent burials occurring with our veterans, there was a shortcoming, especially in the transportation of these particular burials. And so our good friends down the hall, you'll notice that this is a blue copy as opposed to a white copy, did go in and added an additional, I believe it was $500 for the transportation costs as needed, not just a blank check, but as needed to reimburse the counties for these indigent burials of these veterans. This is I'm getting a curved look here, and so I'm going to have one of my other members of the committee get up here and discuss this as well. But really, what we're doing is we're assisting our counties becoming whole again in the process of the burials of these indigent veterans. So, pretty simple bill, nothing nefarious at all, and this goes back to making sure our counties are taken care of on a complete basis. And if there are any questions, I'll stand for those.
Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it's real close, but there's two programs in the state that deal with indigent burials. And they're both funded through certificate fees that the department who deals with family services collects. Half is given to the county. The county can process and take care of indigent burials. And in this bill, we define that they just have to be a veteran. We took some language out of there that made that a little restrictive, but it can take care of other people and veterans. But for veterans, they can also pay for transportation up to $500 to a veteran cemetery. The other entity that has one of these programs is that department that deals with family services, and they can pay for indigent burials for a person who is enrolled in the SNAP or TANF program. Now, that could be a veteran, and they could pay for that indigent burial, but they can't pay for the transportation getting them to a veteran cemetery. And so in this bill, this is brought to us by the Veterans Administration. They'd like to be able to get those individuals also to the veteran cemetery. And so we adjusted that framework to where they already collect the money. They just weren't allowed to pay for transportation. So we give them up to $500 for a veteran who's been on that program, for whom they are paying indigent burial fees, indigent burial services for, that they can also get them to a veterans cemetery.
Representative Harshman or Haroldson.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in another life, I have to deal with this on a fairly regular basis. And this is an excellent move, especially as I've dealt with some veterans in our community that have passed, and that burden falls on our counties. And this is an opportunity to offset that with burial or cremation. That extra $500 is very important. And then in our area, we do not have a veteran cemetery, dedicated veteran cemetery. So this offers an opportunity for those that maybe had always planned on being buried in a separate veteran cemetery or a different cemetery to get that transportation. So it's an excellent bill, and I think it's taking care of a problem that I definitely have seen in our community.
Question being called. Those in favor of Chairman Brown's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with recommendation that Senate File 11 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 11 has passed the Committee of the Whole. The next bill for your consideration is Senate File 16. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 16, sponsored by Agriculture, subleasing of state lands exemptions, an act relating to state lands. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 5, Agriculture, State and Public Lands and Water Resources, to whom is referred Senate File 16, subleasing of state lands exemptions, respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Banks, Davis, Fornstrom, Johnson, Ottman, Strzok, Winter. Excused, Representatives Provenza and Schmid. Representative Winter, Chairman.
Vice Chair Banks, you have heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure, Vice Chair Banks?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's hope this goes better than last time. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 16 do pass. And I'll walk through this bill, and I'll move the amendment when we get there. So what this bill does is it's just kind of a simple fix in helping solve some problems on our state lands parcels. So what this bill does is simply open it up to allow subleasing. So currently there's been some restrictions on if a lessee holds the lease on that particular piece of state land, he hasn't been allowed to sublease it. And as we see whether operations reduce their numbers and can't satisfy the demand or satisfy the numbers of AUMs on that particular parcel or something like that, we want to be able to continue to utilize that, not only so ranchers have the opportunity to utilize that forage, but also so that the state gets the best bang for their buck on those state parcels. So this allows the opportunity to do that as well. It provides a notice also to the Board of Land Commissioners, as well as the Office of State Lands and Investments, that there's going to be some subleasing taking place. And so I will move Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 as well. And it's just a simple drafting fix that our good staff found and brought it to me. So in the title of the bill, the explanation there, it says we repeal the obsolete provision. Well, we forgot to do that. So they brought that technical correction there. So you'll see on page 1, line 9, that Romanet 4B, we cross off the B and just leave Romanet 4, and then we remove the B on page 3. So that's the amendment, and I'll stand in for questions on Committee of the Whole amendment.
We are now on Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, question having been called, all those in favor of Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1, say aye. Opposed, no. Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 has been adopted. We are back on the bill. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the committee. If you could just share with me, I'm not sure I understand why we have to submit a report into the Board of Land Commissioners. That just seems like an administrative burden. Seems to me that the department that oversees that ongoing administration of leases ought to be able to handle that and keep file. So I'm just interested in the conversation that why we went that extra step.
Vice Chairman Banks.
Yes, thank you. And if I recall back to the committee discussions, the Office of State Lands was there and they said that that's kind of current practice. So we were just following their practice. They said they have to get whatever decisions they make have to be approved by the Board of Land Commissioners. So they said just keeping with current practice, that was kind of how they requested we go about that. So great question. Thank you.
Representative Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think it might be helpful to explain exactly what this does. And what I'm really interested in is there are lots and lots of ranches around Wyoming that have state sections or little acreages within that are totally landlocked. And so, but on occasion, those ranchers then run out there, lease out their entire ranch to another operator. And I'm not sure how you track what this says for that type of situation and what the impact is and the duty of those landowners to follow what the heck's going on. So I think more explanation would be real helpful.
Vice Chairman Banks.
Okay, I guess I don't know what more I need to say there. It allows the current lessee of a state lands parcel to sublease that out so that he can allow his neighbor or his son or somewhere even across the state the ability to utilize that forage on the piece of state ground that he holds the lease to. That's really all this does, is allow that lessee to sublease his piece of state ground to utilize that forage. I hope I'm clear on that.
Representative Nicholas.
Yeah, so that, I'm sorry, but that really doesn't help. If you have a larger property, it's very easy. You might have 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 different little state-owned leases on your, literally on your ranch. And and if you rent out your whole ranch, you don't lease them part of just that state lease. You're leasing out your place, right? So it's now somehow you're going to have to separate out all those little tiny allotments or state leases and report on them. And when you lease out your place, it has a lot to do with the AUMs that you actually have on different parts of your parcel and where the water is, and that establishes the amount of lease that you give out. You also have improvements on it. So I'm just having trouble trying to figure out the ramifications on the obligations of the person that has those state leases, and what the notice and requirements are that we might have to add into it to make sure that we're not getting our toes in hot water accidentally for those landowners.
Representative Larson Lloyd.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and maybe the good chairman of the committee can help me, but I don't know that I read it the same way as my good friend kitty corner Mike from me. Yet, I think the way it is currently is if I did have private and state leases that I was going to rent out to him, lease out to him, currently, before I could do the state leases, I would have to go through a process with this OSLI and get their blessing on that. This bill changes that, streamlines that a little bit to where I don't have to get that permission. I can do it. I just have to pay the state for the increase over what the lease costs, my expenses of the lease. And so if I'm understanding that incorrectly, then maybe the good chairman could clarify my mouthful of mush.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think the good representative from where Lander Lil lives is kind of lining up there. You know, this has to do more or less with the livestock. Where the AUMs, you know, if you're running, for instance, on a lot of larger operations, one entity of that operation owns the land, the other entity owns the cattle. And that if there's an 80, I think it's 80% on there. But anyway, I think what we're looking for here was that the outside livestock use, if I remember the legislation correctly, that was what if you were getting more for the AUMs using the outside entity or the livestock, if there was a difference above what you were leasing your state land from the state of Wyoming for, then you would pay a difference in there. Otherwise, I think it's pretty well cut and dry. The person that has the ground, if they sublease it to, say, the gentleman over there north of I-80, that's what they're looking for, to see if there's any difference in there. That was my take on the bill, but it had mostly to do with the livestock that were utilizing, or the sheep utilizing the AUM.
Representative Struck.
Thank you, Chairman. This came about because things have changed so much for so many people. A lot of people now run yearlings instead of having their own, and so they're running someone else's. So it came about, and they needed to come up with a plan, and that's really what started all of this. So for the reasons that have been brought up, but that was why some of these other associations or landowners that have a state lease came and wanted to address this. And that's mostly why. And a lot of people just run someone else's yearlings now, but yet still have their own land and still have leases. And maybe I've muddied the water a little more with all this, but that was what started, why the discussion even started and needed to be addressed.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the discussion. It is correct. Some ranch businesses, their business plan run outside cattle or cattle that aren't owned by the landowner. And so when that happens and you have a blue section in your pasture or a school section in your pasture, state land in your pasture, you're in violation because you don't own the cattle. And so this piece of legislation just lines up common practice with statute, adjust statute to match common practice, to where if you're running outside cattle, you're not in violation if they're on the on the school section that's in that pasture.
Any further discussion? Speaker Nyman.
It's a great bill. Pass it.
Question having been called, all those in favor of Vice Chairman Banks' motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that Senate File 16, do pass. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Senate File 16 has passed the committee of the whole. The next bill for consideration is Senate File 18. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 18, sponsored by Education. Attendance of students in K through 12 schools. An act relating to enrollment of students in K through 12 public schools. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 4 Education, to whom is referred Senate File 18, attendance of students in K through 12 schools, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Andrew, Erickson, Guggenmoss, Singh, Strzok, Williams. Excused, Representatives Bratton, Kelly, and Lawley. Representative Andrew, Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure, Chairman Andrew?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 18 do pass, and I turn over the explanation to the Vice Chair of Education.
Vice Chair Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Senate File 18, again, is something we discussed during the interim. And what we're doing here is were some issues of ambiguity concerning sort of part-time participation of homeschool students in the public schools. Many districts have done this for years, but there became a question of, whether or not districts were required to do that. We did provide in another section of statute that's not covered here years ago for schools to recover partial ADM. When homeschool students, for example, parents may say, we're going to homeschool on these issues at home, but we would like to enter the public system to part-time for these particular subject matters. And so there was kind of ambiguity as far as whether districts were required to allow that. We did already provide for how they would receive compensation or payment with partial ADM. So this bill seeks to correct that. So we go into 214301 if you want to look it up in your book, but we just really add this one little sentence here you see it on page 2, line 1. It starts with a comma at the bottom of page 1, line 16, but on line 1 of page 2 says, including children attending school on a part-time basis. Just to clarify that, and it's a public policy decision basically. And I actually brought this idea to the committee to be a committee bill because I really believe in access. I think our Constitution speaks of access. And if a parent, as a matter of choice, wants to part-time homeschool and have his or her child, their child in a public system for part-time, since we have a way to compensate the districts for that we should do it. That access is important. It also actually builds relationships in the community and relationships between homeschool parents and the school system. So that's the policy decision we're putting before you. We think it should be clear that part-time students can come and take selective classes that are available currently in the public school system. And that's what this bill does. So I asked for your aye vote.
Thanks. Just further discussion. Okay. We are now on Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1. Representative Jarvis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 18 and ask for your favorable consideration. So when you're looking at attendance laws in school districts, we have a very strict law of 10 days. And what 10 days means is if you do not attend for 10 days straight, it doesn't matter if your parent excuses you, doesn't excuse you, if you're on vacation, it doesn't matter. After 10 days, the schools legally have to drop you. And then you're no longer considered a student at that school. And so what this amendment does is it further enhances this, and it says that if a student, not only if they're a part-time student, but if a student participates in virtual education or like a CTE program, an innovation program, and they finish early, so they finish before the end of the semester, that the 10-day rule doesn't apply. So it just says that, hey, by the way, if they have fully completed this one course and demonstrated that they, by an exam or by completing the course ahead of time, that 10-day rule doesn't play into effect, that they can actually get credit. So what this prevents is right now, if a student finishes like an online program or a CTE project or anything early, the school districts have to pull them back in and make them come to study hall for the rest of the semester. So then it just becomes like, for our seniors and things like that, this is really great for being able to kind of say, we recognize you are done. You are done. You don't have to come back for this specific course. We'll give you full credit for it. And all of the rules will be promulgated through our agency that does this. So what it does is it actually enhances the bill, not only for part-time students, but also for online early finishers and for project-based, like competency-based CTE kids as well. And other than that, it does nothing more, so.
Is there any discussion on the amendment? Which one? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just help me understand here. If the 10-day drop law goes away, then a student can finish early and still be eligible for graduation. Is that correct? Without having to go to school, even though they have no further requirements to graduate?
Which one? Oh, Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question also about, because it's kind of unclear to me. I think that this is what the intention of this amendment is. I'm just not sure I've completely comprehended it. So one of the things I did want to know for sure is this, particularly the section A, starting on line 19, does it end up putting any additional requirement on a homeschool student than they would otherwise meet as a part-time homeschool student?
Representative Jarvis.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that one with the noise in the back. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, happy to.
Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On line 19 on page 1, I'm just trying to determine whether or not, while this is a good idea, does it put any restraints or burdens on the homeschool student that they wouldn't otherwise have?
Representative Jarvis.
And then,
Representative Andrews, or Chairman Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2 points on this amendment. The purpose of this bill that we worked on through the interim is to make part-time enrolled students equal to students who are enrolled full-time and confirm their right to the services of the school district, even if they are enrolled part-time. So while I think the good representative has identified an issue that we can talk about, I don't think it belongs in this bill. The other point is that there is no 10-day attendance rule at a state level that requires the district to drop a student. What actually happens is that they lose them from membership after the 10 days. So average daily membership goes down. They start getting less money if the student is not in a seat in the school. And so that is why this is an issue, is because I looked into this after this amendment came up. There are actually districts who are holding these students hostage in a homeroom so they can get more funding, not as a matter of state policy, but as a matter of local district policy. So I don't think that solving that problem by giving them more money in order to, give them incentive to not create that problem is the best way to solve this. Thank you.
Representative Jarvis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There is actually a law that we have to, and what ADM means is if a student doesn't show up for 10 days, we legally in the state of Wyoming have to drop them from the enrollment. So that is absolutely a thing. To the other question from the other representative, does this harm homeschool students in any way? If a homeschool student is taking a virtual course through the school districts or taking a competency-based CTE program course and finishes early, they will be entitled to the exact same benefits as everyone else. If this doesn't go through, they'll have to fully continue to attend just like all the other students, because they would be taking the course from the school districts. So just point of clarity, there really is a 10-day drop. And if you drop them, you are dropping them from enrollment, which makes it so they cannot graduate. So you do, like the good representative said, we are right now having to hold them hostage after they complete these courses, because if they don't attend till the end of the semester, we cannot award that credit as of right now. So this solves the problem for everyone. This makes it, if any student in Wyoming, and it is only addressing the 10-day rule in the situation of virtual online courses and competency-based like those CTE projects. It doesn't address the 10-day rule in any other way. So if a kid is taking a typical class that they are expected to, whether they're homeschool, whether they're a full-time public school student, it absolutely doesn't matter. If the course is required for them to be there the whole time, then the expectation is. But if the course is set up in a different venue, in these two specific venues, it allows for them to honor that that learning has been completed, that they know it, and it doesn't drop them from the course so they can still earn credit without having to hold them hostage. Thank you. And I ask for your favorable consideration.
Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Body, I would ask you to resist this amendment at this time. I think there is some difference of understanding of what it may do and not do. So what I'd like to do is have the ability to work with the bringer of the amendment before second reading, talk to the department, and make sure that we have a full understanding of what this amendment does and how it affects homeschoolers' partial participation in our public schools. So I just not prepared to digest all that, and there seems to be some difference in views about what is all in place. So my solution is to suggest that you defeat this amendment. I'll work with the bringer and with the department and make sure we have done it the right way and we are doing what we intend to do. So on and against the amendment for that reason.
Representative Jarvis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will fully support that and actually withdraw this amendment, and I will bring it back for second read. And I strongly encourage you to reach out to everyone because I have worked with the department on this being an issue. I have worked with several agencies on this being a continuous issue. And I think This is a fantastic way to help students when you all can confirm that this truly is a thing and this truly is doing what we're asking it to do. Thank you.
Representative, you need to withdraw.
So I withdraw Amendment 1 to Committee of the Whole for House Bill, or sorry, for Senate File 18.
Amendment number 1 of absent objection. Committee of the Whole, Amendment number 1 to Senate File 18 has been withdrawn. Further discussion on the bill. Representative Lawley.
I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Andrews' motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with a recommendation that Senate File 18 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 18 has passed the Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 24. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 24, sponsored by Travel. Lottery tickets, acceptance of debit card payments, an act relating to the Wyoming Lottery. Mr. Speaker, your Committee number 6, Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources, to whom is referred Senate File 24. Lottery tickets, acceptance of debit card payments. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes. Representatives Byron, Campbell, Connolly, Harshman, Provenza, Storer, Thayer, Wharf. Excused, Representative Jarvis. Representative Byron, Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure, Chairman Byron?
I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File number 24 do pass. And with the explanation of the bill, I turn it over to my good colleague from the southwest corner.
Who's it? Oh, Representative Wharf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to tell you that, and this will tie back into my words later, but I volunteered to step up and do this. I'm honored to present to you Senate File 24, as it has a very great effect on my part of the state. The interim study that I really appreciated the fact that we had a chance to do this as an interim with TRW committee, of which I serve. Just a way of background. The Wyoming Lottery was established in 2013 and it launched in 2014. And the mission has always been to generate revenue for our Wyoming cities, towns, and counties through the responsible management and sale of entertaining lottery products. And I want to make it very clear because there's been some confusion that this somehow expands gaming. This doesn't expand gaming at all. All this is doing is it's making it a little easier for the customer. I know I've been in retail stores where I've seen people stand in line with a handful of stuff and they say, well, I want to get some lottery tickets. And they say, well, we can only do that with your cash. And so they go, I can't use my debit card. And they say, unfortunately, we can't. And so one of the things that I thought was interesting was just the fact that I've experienced it. I've seen some people that they'll say, well, where's the ATM? Others will just buy their stuff and leave. I don't know if they come back or not. But one of the things that was interesting to me when we looked at this as an interim topic, we found that on average, most of the people that are buying lottery tickets are spending somewhere between $2 and $9. And I have to admit, maybe that doesn't fit me, but I might not be average, I'm thinking. The other thing that I wanted to mention was that there is, and there again, this is something I was unaware of, but the committee for the lottery actually self-imposed a cap of $125. And some of you may said 120. It's $125 is the cap that you can spend in any given day. And I think that's important to understand. One of the other things that I wanted to point out in testimony, we had the people that administer and run this program. We had their legal counsel there, as well as their representatives that are usually out here trying to bend our ears. And I asked the question, I said, I know you said that you don't support letting people use credit cards to buy lottery tickets. And they all agreed to that. And I said, more important to me, I want to know that should there ever arise a movement where somebody is trying to force that, I said, are you guys willing to come and not only present information to the body, but actually actively work to defeat that effort? And to a T, every one of them agreed to that. So, and I think that's important to know. The one reason why I started out saying that I volunteered, of the 46 states that have lotteries, other than our state, the state that's full of many volunteers, and I'll let you guess where that state is, they're the only 2 states that don't allow the use of debit cards out of the 46. So I look at it, we can continue to tell people to go down to the ATM and withdraw that cash, where the money's going to the ATM machines, or we can just let them do it. Because one of the things that I think is also important to mention is that the lottery is going to pay the fees. There won't be any fees charged for the withdrawal of money from those ATMs, or from, if you're using it to buy the lottery tickets, they're going to pay that. So all the fees are covered by them. The thing is, no business is mandated that they have to use a debit card. And studies suggest that, you know, we may see a small bump. As I mentioned, there may be some people that walk away because they can't use their debit card, that buy a ticket that otherwise would have left. Like I said, I don't know how many leave, but I actually think one of the things that really motivated me to actually volunteer to run this bill was the fact that I was shocked, and I'm just going to say, I think we've been really lucky in our state that we've not had any problems. And if you want to come talk to me, I'll talk privately as to why I think there's reasons to be concerned. Obviously, where this is viewed by the public, I want to keep cards kind of close to my chest. But let's just say that I think it would be wise for us to allow ATMs to be used in the purchase of lottery tickets. So with that, I will answer any questions that you have. If you want to come see me, I'll tell you why I'm not really wanting to say stuff about that I'm keeping to myself. With that, Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I urge an aye vote.
Representative Knapp. Okay. Chairman Byron.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe the good former speaker meant to say, did not mean to say ATMs. He meant to say to use debit cards for the purchase. So please just, we'll make sure that's straight. There is a massive security issue, and I really do appreciate the good representative that presented that, saying that you're welcome to come talk to some of the folks on committee. We heard in testimony, there are some places that just end up with too much cash on hand, and this is going to really streamline it. It's going to bring us up to 2026, and appreciate an aye vote.
Any further discussion on the bill? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Byron's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that Senate File 24 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 24 has passed the committee of the whole. The next bill for your consideration is Senate File 28. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 28, sponsored by corporations, elections, voting machine and voting system tests, an act relating to elections. Mr. Speaker, you're at committee number 7, corporations, elections, and political subdivisions, to whom is referred Senate File 28 engrossed. Elections, voting machine and voting system tests, Respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation to do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Brown, Heft, Johnson, Knapp, Locke, Lucas, Webb, Weber, Yin. Representative Knapp, Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure, Chairman Knapp?
Mr. Chairman, I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Bill 20, or Senate File 28 do pass. And I further move the adoption of the Standing Committee amendments. And I'll go ahead and explain the bill and how the amendment fits in. This bill is basically for testing of voting machines. It acknowledges that every voting machine will be tested. And the notices that will be given by the clerk for the testing to the public. And that's where the standing committee amendment came in. Instead of 2 days, it would allow 4 days before testing for the public to be noticed on that. In the testing, in the standing committee amendment, it was deleted that not less than 3 people from the public would be present, but not more than the number that will ensure the orderly testing of the machines. It would just be open to the public for those that would like to attend. On retesting, it also acknowledged that a change in 2 days to four days would be allowed for the public to be involved in that. And after a retest, that the seals that had to be taken off would be resealed for that, after that, immediately after that retesting within 24 hours. And that, in essence, is the bill.
You have heard the motion from the standing committee amendment number 1. Has any discussion? Representative King.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So just to kind of recap on what that discussion was like, there's a little bit of a push and a pull between our second chief executive that's in charge of elections and business and our county clerks who administer things on the ground. So that's why the number of days have changed. But it kind of is a compromise between all parties involved. So I'm probably going to vote for the standing committee amendment and vote for the bill.
Any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? Question having been called, all those in favor of standing committee amendment number 1, say aye. Opposed, no. The standing committee amendment number 1 has been adopted. We're back on the bill. Any discussion? Question having been called, all those in favor of Chairman Knapp's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that Senate File 28 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 28 has passed the committee of the whole. The next bill for your consideration is Senate File 30. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 30, sponsored by corporations, elections, voter registration revisions, an act relating to elections. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 7, corporations, elections, and political subdivisions, to whom is referred Senate File 30. Elections, voter registration revisions. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Brown, Heft, Johnson, Knapp, Locke, Lucas, Webb, Weber. Excuse, Representative Yin. Representative Knapp, Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure, Chairman Knapp?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Bill Senate File 30 do pass. and I will explain the bill. This was just a clarification for a person who's turning 18 during an election year, that when they do go to register, that their next vote would be cast in the next election. So that's the basic changes in the bill. That word next is clarifying when they would be voting, which would be the next election. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the bill? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Knapp's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that Senate File 30 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 30 has passed the committee of the whole. The next bill for your consideration is Senate File 31. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 31, sponsored by corporations. Uniform Mortgage Modification Act, an act relating to mortgages. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 7, Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions, to whom is referred Senate File 31 engrossed. Uniform Mortgage Modification Act, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Brown, Heft, Johnson, Knapp, Locke, Lucas, Webb, Weber. Excused, Representative Yin. Representative Knapp, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure, Chairman Knapp?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole do rise it to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 31 do pass. And I will explain the bill. I did have these assigned to people, but I think everybody that I assigned them to called in sick today. This one was supposed to go to Bueller. Bueller. Okay, well, I will explain this myself. All right, so this basically implements the Uniform Mortgage Modification Act. And what it does is details what is changed in modification. So modification in a mortgage can include a change, an amendment, or revision, a correction, an addition, supplementation, elimination, waiver, or restatement. So as the bill goes through, it defines some of those changes that can be made in a mortgage, and also requires that a standing interest in that mortgage then does not change. So those interests that may involve a bank loan or anything like that will not change in the standing that they have interest in that mortgage for. So that's basically implementing the Mortgage Act and defining it and telling what the scope is and letting the lenders know what their positions are. And I'll stand for questions.
Is there any discussion on the bill? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Knapp's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that Senate File 31 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 31 has passed the committee of the whole. The next bill for consideration is Senate File 36. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 36, sponsored by Education, Hathaway Lump Sum Merit Scholarship, an act relating to the Hathaway Scholarship Program. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 4, Education, to whom is referred Senate File 36, Hathaway Lump Sum Merit Scholarship, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Andrew, Bratton, Erickson, Guggenmoss, Strzok, Williams. Noes, Representative Singh. Excused, Representative Kelly and Lawley. Representative Andrew, Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure, Chairman Andrew?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill 36 do pass. and I will explain the bill. So this was a committee bill that we worked on through the interim, trying to solve an issue of how the Hathaway funds are distributed to students through the scholarships that they earn. One issue is that it's distributed over 4 years, and that works really well if you're going to the university over the hill and doing a 4-year program. But these scholarships are merit-based, and so the students actually work harder in school to try to get a higher level of this scholarship. And if they choose a 2-year education program, they may only be able to use half of the funds that they worked for. There are also 1-year certificate programs, 1-year CTE programs, and what this bill says is that they should be able to get all of that scholarship to use at once if they choose one of those programs on the basis that they earned it. And what we do to help that along is we also remove some of the academic performance requirements, and that helps, also consider what is happening in a 4-year program as well. A lot of students are taking out student loans to pay for their education. If they get that up front, it actually reduces the interest cost over the life of their loan because they won't be financing that first year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was a no vote on the committee on this. I feel it's a departure from the structure of the Hathaway program and has some potential problems in terms of giving money up front. How do you get it back? And we haven't really looked at, I think, the Hathaway as earned in the sense of you entitled to all of it up front. That's just not the way it works. My suggestion was, and something we might want to consider in our interim in education, is looking again at Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship. I think what they're trying to do with this idea would fit better within the parameters of that scholarship with some adjustments made in how it currently works, which Wyoming's Tomorrow, if you don't know or don't remember, it's about for students that are non-traditional, so they don't go into college until a little bit later. I can't even remember the exact age, but so if you're at this age, you kind of went and did other things and then said, hey, I really want to go to college. I think I now know what I want to do. That's what Wyoming's Tomorrow is about. And to some degree, this idea of lump sum is sort of targeted at non-traditional students. So I felt in committee that we should take a hard look at Wyoming's Tomorrow, maybe expand that a little differently, look at it a little differently and not have the age limit so much on it, but the idea of non-traditional. And then this would fit within that probably more appropriately. But that was why I was a no, and I still have the same concerns right now about doing this in the structure of Hathaway. It's a departure from the structure of Hathaway. And I think that we haven't quite grappled with all the consequences of that. So again, I'm still a no on the bill.
Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, I've got questions. Lots of questions, in fact. So I'm sitting here looking at it. So let's just say we've got a student here. It's got a 3.5 GPA. They're eligible for $13,440 in this bill, and they enroll for let's just say a 2-year course. Well, they don't have to pay for all 4 semesters right out of the gate. They got to pay for 1. And so I'm going to take student A over here with a 3.5 GPA, give them $13,400 that goes towards their education. Currently if there is extra money, if there's enough scholarships where a student receives extra money, they get that back in a check to put towards educational costs or whatever, which is okay. I don't have a problem with that. But in this situation, let's say we pay for a single semester, that student could feasibly be getting a check for thousands, many thousands of dollars. And they're like, on second thoughts, I really don't like school. And maybe I'm off, maybe I'm missing something, but I've read through it twice now and I don't think I'm missing anything. So what I see this as is, I mean, maybe I qualify for the Hathaway. Do I qualify for the Hathaway? Because I could do a semester and get some cash. I'm afraid when I look at it, this could easily be abused. I understand the concept where we want to be able to pay out properly for this, but I think there has to be a bit of a deal where you got to show up. And if you show up, you get to play and you get to be paid. And if you don't show up, you don't get to be paid. And I don't see that mechanism in here. Maybe I missed it. So if the good bringer could help me with that, but what I'm looking at right now, this is going to be the easiest way to make money as a graduating senior in the state of Wyoming and the current status, unless I'm missing something.
Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the good majority floor leader, I think, covered it. As I read that, it seems like you could get and I think that's the question we all have. Can you get that in the very first semester when you're a 17-year-old in August enrolling at a community college and get $13,000? That's the question we all have. I think if there was a proposal to maybe I'm going to be a 2-year student, like I heard in the explanation of this, and I'm going to go get my CNA or a certificate at the community college, and I want to use all 4 years of that in 2 years, I think we can have those discussions and maybe talk about that. But if this actually front loads it in the first semester, it's going to be tough. And I think for it to pass here. And then I just want to talk about the Wyoming's Tomorrow that we passed in 2019. That's a totally separate program. It's for people who never qualified for the Hathaway, never used the Hathaway, and who are 24 years of age or older, and who want to, maybe they have a CNA and they want to go back and get an associate's in nursing, or they have an associate's and they want to get a BA in nursing and, raise their pay, change their family, that's what that's about. And that's workforce development. So different than this. And I don't think we want to monkey around with that. We're just getting that thing rolled out right now. But so appreciate the questions and look forward to the answers. Thank you.
Representative Brad.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was also a no on this during joint education for the same reasons as the former representative. It is a lump sum up front. I used the example of the prodigal son. got everything up front. There's no grade point required for this, and I have concerns about the accountability, and also would encourage people to look into perhaps the Tomorrow Scholarship would be a better fit for the situation we're trying to address. Thank you.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chairman. You're doing a fantastic job up there, might I say. So my question is actually more focused on what did the actuarial science say about this? I am very concerned about us as soon as somebody comes out and they graduate and we're just going to start giving them lump sums. That is going to be a much larger hit to our trust fund and the ability to continue to hand out these funds. If we're writing checks for $13,000 to thousands of students across the state, as opposed to $1,000 and $1,500 or whatever the current number is that we're giving to those students. So, and it's a really hard word. And I sound like I'm like inebriated or something when I say this, but actuarially, it just doesn't make sense. Actuarially, there's just no way to make this work and actually keep our trust fund healthy unless we have a massive appropriation in there that's returning way more on investments. And so was that conversation even broached? It seems like a grand idea to write a check a 17-year-old for $13,000. I know what I would have done with it when I was 17.
Chairman Washit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question for the Chairman of Education. Given all this comment, do you believe that this bill could reasonably be amended on second or third to address these concerns, or should we cut bait in committee of the whole?
Representative Hyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have the same reservations as what I'm hearing the body here.
a 17, 18-year-old kid to get that amount of money. The dropout rate is pretty high for these kids first going into college. So how do you recoup that money if they decide that they want to go into the industry where the big money is rather than going to college? How are you going to get that money back? What if they decide to move to a college that's out of state? How are you going to get that money back? I raised 7 kids, wonderful kids, but I wouldn't dump $13,000 on them at 17 years old. They're still sometimes making poor choices, and I'm afraid this would be a temptation for them to live life good for the little while and then drop out or change their plans when they find out that college is not their avenue that they want to do. So I've got reservations as well.
Apparently, I've let a few questions line up, but Chairman Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the first question, the main question that I think everyone is asking is if you look on page 14, line 9 and 10 of the bill, the lump sum, and perhaps this was a mistake in how I explained it earlier, can only be used for tuition and mandatory fees for the semester. So there is no check. They don't get the money. This is so it can cover the entirety of their tuition and the fees that they are required to pay. As far as the financial part of this bill came from the committee with an understanding that the Hathaway account has been building significantly in recent years, and there are excess funds that we can decide to do something with. I won't say that, we shouldn't consider some of the other legislation that we have passed out of the body. And I do think there are ways, yes, to amend this, although I don't think we have the problem of the check, but there are some ways we talked about in committee and didn't decide to adopt, such as looking at only distributing this based on the term of the program that you're taking. So you could say that if you're in a 4-year program, you get it for 4 years. If you're in a 1-year program, you get it for 1 year. I think that it's really a question of fairness, though. Do we consider going through a 1-year CTE program as important as getting a 4-year degree? And if we do consider it as important, we should consider this bill, because those students are earning those grades to get their Hathaway, and they lose a significant portion of it if they don't go to school for 4 years.
Representative Jarvis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess my question, I understand the intent of this, but here's my question too. If you're not handing them this check in excess, right, and they don't get this additional cash, is what you're saying, it just covers this semester. I don't know a whole lot of students that start college that know exactly what they want to do. And I foresee this as also presenting a significant issue on I just used this check to pay for my first 2 semesters, and now I don't have any more money to continue when I want to change my degree. There's that support that I had that fully paid for it, and now I don't qualify for any additional funding to actually continue and complete my degree. I think the way that it's set up right now, it allows for budgeting. And it allows for, if it doesn't budget for the full amount, that I need to look at taking loans and creating that financial literacy and that understanding. When we do it, and we do it all up front, it doesn't allow for that. And I don't know a whole lot of kids that are this age that have that knowledge and context and just understanding of college loan or of federal loans, of local student loans and all of that. I see this as creating a mess. I personally changed my degree in my undergrad 3 times. I started out a biochemistry major, then I went to another one and ended up with a counseling major. And then furthermore, went to an elementary education, and then, so I don't know a whole lot of kids that start and stay. I understand the intent of it. It's a great idea. It puts people in a really bad situation if we do this.
Chairman Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The good representative from county number 1 makes a perfectly valid point, and that was discussed in committee. But the benefit that we found is that, when you do make that initial mistake and you changed your mind, at least you didn't have to take out a student loan for that, and you aren't carrying that debt forward and paying interest on it. It is more beneficial to the student to start this loan later in their college education.
Any further discussion? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Andrews' motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that Senate File 36 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Wow. Those opposed, no. Pursuant House Rule 6-6B, the bill having failed a voice vote as standing division vote is required. All those in favor, please stand. Is Alaman? Okay. Okay. Having, all those opposed, please stand. More than two. You may be seated. Having failed the standing division vote, a roll call vote is required. The chief clerk will call the roll. Or
Alamand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon.
Thank you.
Byron, Campbell Elisa,
Excuse.
Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom,
No.
Geringer, Gugemas, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft,
Excused.
Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas excused, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Briggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storr, Strock, Stivar, Tarver,
Excused.
Thayer, Washit, Wasserberger excused, Webb, Weber excused, Wharf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin,
Excused. Sorry.
Mr. Speaker. Are there any changes? Provenza, no to aye. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 3 aye, 51 no, 8 excused.
Pursuant House Rule 6-6B, Senate File 36 has failed a roll call vote, is indefinitely postponed. The next bill for your consideration is Senate File 47. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 47, sponsored by Education, increase of Hathaway Scholarship Awards, an act relating to increasing the Hathaway Scholarship Program awards. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 4 Education, to whom is referred Senate File 47, increase of Hathaway Scholarship Awards. Respect the report, send back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes. Representatives Andrew, Bratton, Erickson, Guggenmoss, Singh, Strock, Williams. Excused, Representative Kelly and Lawley. Representative Andrew, Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure, Chairman Andrew?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that Senate File 47 do pass. I turn over the explanation to the good representative.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Chairman. Trust me, it was not that bad when it come out of our committee earlier on. So I'm not, it has to be checked off as a tooth fairy situation because I don't know where it went or what happened to it. And I'm sweating bad enough as it is. So I'm just going to say, we'll let that one go. This one though, my friends, is much better and much more clearly defined. And it is Senate File 47. It's an interim committee bill. We found that obviously the costs of going to post-secondary school was increasing and has run us literally to the point where scholarships, the Hathaway Scholarship in particular, is not very attractive. And we had an opportunity. We felt like the Hathaway Scholarship is very strong, and we felt moved on to make sure that we are doing everything we can, because we talk about it a lot. We're doing everything we can to make Wyoming schools more popular and more attractive to keep our kids here. So that was the pure intent of it. And so I'd like you to consider that when you're evaluating this in particular. But just for some examples, and I'll just throw out a couple, but one that was $840 a year is now $1,180, and one $1,260 is now $1,770. So we're making good strides. It's a lot more solid than the last one, and I don't think it will disappear. So I would hope that you would consider it on those terms and look into it and see that there's hopefully no holes. Thank you.
Any question being called? All those in favor of Chairman Andrews' motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with recommendation that Senate File 47 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 47 has passed the Committee of the Whole. Thanks. Take all my junk.
Good job.
Thank you.
Go right now. The Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the Committee of the Whole rise and report.
All right, reading clerk.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee of the Whole, having had under consideration bills on general file, begs leave to report as follows. Senate File 5 do pass. Senate File 7 do pass. Senate File 8 do pass. Senate File 11 do pass. Senate File 16 do pass amended. Senate File 18 do pass. Senate File 24 do pass. Senate File 28 do pass amended. Senate File 30 do pass. Senate File 31 do pass. Senate File 36 failed to pass Committee of the Whole and was indefinitely postponed. Senate File 47 do pass. Representative Forstrom, Chairman.
Representative Forstrom.
I move the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Passes. Thank you very much and congratulations, Representative Forstrom. Representative Forstrom, like, thanks. Okay, it's all good. All right. Perfect. You did a great job, Representative. Thank you. Okay, we want to. Okay, messages from the Senate.
Message 155. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 22, unincorporated nonprofit associations amendments. Ayes 25, noes 6. Message 156. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 26, game and fish, property tax exemption amendments. Ayes 31. Message 157. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading and amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 35, school district, cell phone, and smartwatch policies. Ayes 25, noes 6. Message 158. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 54, state banks and SPDI conversations. Ayes 27, noes 4. Message 159. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 55, Special Purpose Depository Institution Amendments. Ayes 26, noes 5. Message 160. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 56, Kratom Product Regulation. Ayes 23, noes 2. Message 161. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 59, K through 12 Language and Literacy Program. Ayes 29, noes 2. Message 162. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 69, Waste and Stormwater Infrastructure Study. Ayes 31. Message 163. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 85, Raven Act. Ayes 31. Message 164. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 87, Felony Interference with Police Officer Amendments. Ayes 28, noes 3. Message 165. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 90, School Facilities Use Fees. Ayes 31. Message 166. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 95, Drivers and Motor Vehicle Services, Third-Party Providers. Ayes 26, noes 5. Message 167. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below failed to pass the Senate third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 96, Tobacco Sales and Taxation. Ayes 13, noes 18. Message 168. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 119, Strategic Investments and Project Account, Repeal 2. Ayes 31. Message 169. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 123, Wyoming Energy Dominance Fund. Ayes 29, noes 2. Message 170. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate Joint Resolution 9, Keeping Public Lands Protected and Decisions Local. Ayes 27, noes 4. Message 172. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 25, Landowner License Limits in Limited Quota Hunt Areas. Ayes 23, noes 7, excused 1. Message 173. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 50, State Engineer Surface and Groundwater Study. Ayes 29, noes 1, excused 1. Message 174. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 66, Donated Hunting Licenses Amendments. Ayes 30, excused 1. Message 176. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 81, K through 12, Public School Finance 2. Ayes 30, noes 1. Message 177. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 84, Voluntary Water Conservation Program, ayes 31. Message 178. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 105, Real Estate Brokers, Duties and Disclosure Amendments, ayes 31. Message number 5. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has completed consideration of Budget Bill House Bill 1. In accordance with Joint Rule 14-1, little g, the bill has been referred directly to the Conference Committee of 5 members to meet with a like committee from the House to report recommended amendments for final consideration by both houses with respect to both budget bills, Senate File 1 and House Bill 1, and the amendments thereto. Sincerely, Ellen Thompson, Senate Chief Clerk.
Thank you, Reading Clerk. Are there any standing committee reports? Please proceed.
Senate File 10, sponsored by Judiciary, Contracts for Holding and Treating Mentally Ill Detainees, an act relating to criminal procedure. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 2 Appropriations, to whom is referred Senate File 10 engrossed, Contracts for Holding and Treating Mentally Ill Detainees, respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Alaman, Angelos, Bear, Haroldson, Pendergraft, Sherwood, Smith. Representative Bear, Chairman. Senate File 14, sponsored by Education, Literacy Position for K-12 Reading Program, an act relating to authorization of a full-time literacy position for the Department of Education. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 4 Education, to whom is referred Senate File 14 engrossed, Literacy Position for K-3 Reading Program. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation do pass. Ayes, Representatives Andrew, Bratton, Erickson, Guggenmoss, Lawley, Singh, Strzok. Excused, Representatives Kelly and Williams. Representative Andrew, Chairman. Senate File 41, sponsored by Senator Olson, Portable Benefit Accounts, an act relating to labor and employment. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 7, Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions, to whom is referred Senate File 41 engrossed, Portable Benefit Accounts. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Brown, Heft, Johnson, Locke, Lucas, Webb, Yin. Excused, Representative Knapp and Weber. Representative Locke, Vice Chairman. Senate File 53, sponsored by Senator Crum, Keeping Amateurism in High School Athletics, an act relating to education. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 4 Education, to whom is referred Senate File 53, Keeping Amateurism in High School Athletics, respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Andrew, Bratton, Erickson, Guggenmoss, Lawley, Strzok, Williams. No, Representative Singh. Excused, Representative Kelly. Representative Andrew, Chairman.
Thank you, Reading Clerk. Any other business? Chief Clerk, are we good? That clears the deck. Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House adjourn until 10 a.m. on February 24th, which is a Tuesday.
Okay. Committee announcements. Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee Number 2 will be meeting upon adjournment to discuss Senate File 1 and re-referrals as assigned up in 301. And we will also be continuing that at noon tomorrow.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Winter. Number 5, Ag.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee Number 5 Agriculture will be meeting at 8 o'clock in the morning to discuss Senate File 17, Good Neighbor Authority Amendments, Senate File 68, Water Districts, Funds for Maintenance Projects, and Senate File 70, Omnibus Water Bill Construction. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Winter. Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee Number 8, Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs will meet tomorrow at noon in Capitol Room E003 to hear 3 bills. Senate File 12, Wyoming National Guard Reenlistment Bonus Program, Senate File 13, Wyoming National Guard Member Referral Amendments, and Senate File 67, Wyoming State Guard Amendments.
Thank you, Chairman. Representative Larson, Lloyd.
Mr. Chairman, at the end of this day, could I ask for one more privilege, please?
Yes, sir. You certainly can.
So folks, if you look up here, we've got Mrs. Wilkinson, who has been here every day and even on Saturday. And she's brought her two kids with us tonight. And I'd like those two youngsters to stand up because we got an important message for them. And that, whoa, just a second. We want her kids to know, those of us that have some age here, knew their grandpa, Brent Coons, who was a lobbyist here for years and years and years. One of the most respected men we knew was your grandfather, and your mother carries that as well. So we're glad you're here. Thank you.
Welcome to the House. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you being here. Okay, any other committee announcements? Is that it? All done? All through? All right, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard the motion of the good majority floor leader. All those in favor of said motion signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Yeah, that was weak. I think the ayes have it. Ladies and gentlemen, we will see you tomorrow morning back here at 10 a.m. We are adjourned. And you're out of here before 10 o'clock. Use your time wisely. Enjoy. Get some rest.